Oh, can you hear me? I'm just like just doing this like last second here. Everything's going wrong. I voted today. I guess I don't know if you saw my live earlier going to the polls voting for Kamala. Did you vote? Did you vote for who did you vote for? I do not discriminate. If you have your reasons, I respect them for voting for somebody else. And we know who else. It's okay. Yeah, but if you want to, you can tell us. I'm trying to navigate here, see if I can see anything. Okay. All right. How are you tonight? I'm excited. I'm excited. I know that we're going to have a woman president. I don't know if it's going to be tonight, but in the next couple days, within a week. And I'm excited about that because Kamala is part one. I'm part two. Yeah, Biden has a big surprise for the United States, and Trump is not part of that surprise, okay? And I'm sorry for all you Trumpers out there. I'm sorry if the truth hurts, but at least it's the truth. Better than a lie. All right. Well, let's see what's going on. I haven't checked. I'm gonna be sharing my screen here. Let me do that. Okay, so how do I do this? I share a screen right like this, and we're going to Max. This is where I have my CNN. Let's see what's going on over here.
They were looking for a candidate that has good judgment. That was the quality that mattered most to them. 28% of Harris supporters say they were looking for somebody who cares about people like me. 21% say has ability to lead. And only 13% of Harris supporters said they were looking for someone to bring about needed change.
Ooh,
it's a complete reversal when you look at the Trump coalition here. 41% of Trump supporters said the most important quality was looking for somebody who had the ability to lead. Right up there, almost tied, 39%, looking for a candidate who can bring needed change. And then everything else was in single digits. Only 9% of Trump supporters said they were looking for someone who cares about people like me. And only 7% of Trump supporters were looking for a presidential candidate who has good judgment, Anderson.
Well, fascinating. That's fascinating.
Well, listen, that explains a lot. It's like literally, if you don't care, if somebody cares about you or has good judgment, Donald Trump is your candidate. They know he doesn't care about them. They know he has terrible judgment.
Someone's going to fight for him.
Well, if somebody who doesn't care about them, only cares about himself, I do think this is helpful because it literally is upside down world. And I think it's important to point out that Kamala Harris has crossed the bridge of convincing people that she cares about people like them, that she has good judgment. That is an important value that I think is going to show up in a big way today.
I'm also surprised immigration has gone down in its significance of top issues, which was 1 and 2 for most of this race. And I have to wonder if that's because Donald Trump led on it for so long. But I think Kamala Harris was able to negate some of that steam by saying she would have signed the border bill that he had passed. I think that may have resonated with voters, that they realize there's 2 candidates who care about this issue. They simply have different approaches.
I'm not sure if I were any candidate that I'd feel good about the fact that my own voters were motivated by good judgment. And I got 7% of the people who said you had good judgment. She's 35%. This battery goes back to the thing I was talking about. I mean, I think people think Donald Trump's strong. They say his supporters say he has the ability to lead. But the question is, who is he leading for? Is he leading for me? His supporters may believe that, but this issue of caring about people like you, this issue of has good judgment. I mean, these are character issues about the character of your leadership. And I think people are making a judgment as to where are my interests best served, with the strong guy who knows how to lead or with a person who I think hears me, is going to be thinking about me. And that's really
these exit polls are a little bit like a Rorschach.
Yeah, but again, I'll go back
in them whatever you want.
I'll just go back to Van's point, because I love this point, right? All that's great, But if your check engine light comes on, you don't care about
I
any of it.
agree with you.
But
You don't care about any of it.
I think built into what you're saying, again, it is a Rorschach test, because I would have been with you. I think Donald Trump was way ahead on the economy, but he melted down in this final stretch in the closing message. And Kamala Harris is talking about home health care for people who have senior parents. She's talking about the opportunity economy. She's tried to turn that message as somebody who her parents didn't own a home until she was in high school. Yeah. She related on the issues of understanding the economic struggle, and he was talking about the things I'm not even going to repeat they used as a closing message. I think that's where it may have shifted.
I do think that she's been able to kind of walk him down in the economy by talking about stuff like, if you have a kid, you're going to get $6,000 for the newborns. Like, walk them down, and close that gap. We're going to.
Okay. All right. Still learning how to navigate all this. Yeah, it looks like they're still awaiting. I have to reset this clock. This clock over here, it says 6:20, I don't know, 24 or something like that, and that's way off, isn't it? Yeah, it is 5:27 according to my computer. I still haven't caught up with fallback, and my clock needs a new battery, I think. Anyway, yeah, so I guess they're about to get some new information, some new exit polls, right? Is that what they call it? I'm excited. Okay. So they went to a break, I think. Let's see if we can get them back. I just wanted to say something. I can't stop it. Okay, I think I can do this. Okay, that's how I can do it. So you can still hear me though, right? I think you can. I just kind of turned down the volume of the page, and it's right. It's on a commercial. Let's see. Wait. Oh, it's not sharing. Okay, I have to share it again. Yeah, it's on a commercial right now. So let me see how that looks there. You can see me. Yeah, and I put down the volume. So you can hear me though, right? I hope you can. If there's anybody out there, can you let me know somehow that you can hear me? Let me go to the chat and see if anybody's gonna put in oh, look here. Oh, who's this? Hello. Let's put this on let me show this. I hope that hello, great streamer. You stream so really well. Oh, that's very nice of you to say. I don't know what I'm doing. That's why I followed you. I do see you streaming a lot, but yet still not affiliated and partnered. I got a proposal for you. I will share your stream to a Kick community for you to hit 1,000 followers. Oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. That is Whittle Deer. Right. I guess that's the name right there. Well, thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay. Yeah, I don't stream a lot, but I do my best. I do what I can. I'm just still learning all this stuff. Okay. Thank you again. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm going to go to Facebook and just make sure that there's a volume. Actually, I could go on my phone instead of going to another tab. Oh, look at this thing. It's all weird. All right. And I have the CNN Magic Wall I have the app on my phone too, and we can look at that. Let me see now. I'm just going to go to YouTube and make sure. Here we go. Now I don't think you guys are still getting that. Okay. Let's see. No. Okay. I have to refresh it because that was an old. I stopped it and okay, I don't know. I'm not used to all this. Okay, let me just retap it now that I'm here. Yeah, I can. Yeah, okay. You can hear me, right? Let's see. No. Okay, I have to refresh it because you can hear me. Good. I am happy to see that, and I'm gonna get rid of this so I don't get distracted by it. There, get rid of it. Okay. Yeah, I got CNN here on the screen. Not everybody gets CNN. I have CNN, and we can, as long as I'm. Oh, look at this. Twitch. What happened here? I hope I didn't get in trouble with Twitch. Or maybe it's that person who. Oh no. Oh no. Twitch has suspended me for um 7 days. Oh no, what did I do? I don't even know what I did. I have to learn about their policies over there. See, I gotta um okay. Oh, it looks like CNN is back. Let's see what they're saying. Okay, so Twitch is suspending me for 7 days. Okay.
The vast majority say it's not so good, 35%, or poor, 32%. So that's 67%, two-thirds of
Excellent.
voters in this election nationwide say not so good or poor. And what about inflation? Has it caused your family severe hardship, moderate hardship? Look at this, 53%.
All right, I just want to say something. The reason our economy, the inflation, everything is so out of control is because of the pandemic that we had in 2020, right? COVID-19 was it? For years. And who was president when the pandemic happened? Who was president? Do you remember? Can you remember back that far? Was it Joe Biden? No, it was Donald Trump. And what happened when Donald Trump was president? He allowed he made it seem like the pandemic, COVID-19 was the flu, like a serious case of the flu, like a serious flu, like a just a um I mean, that's what he made it sound like. And he made it sound like it was a case, like a severe case of the flu. And he didn't believe, he rolled out all the vaccines. He took credit for all the new technology that had happened before he was even elected president. It was like the scientific community had reached a new a new level of advancement with vaccines, and he took credit. He's like, "Oh, I did this." He just became president right after they had achieved that in the scientific community. And he just takes credit for everything that's good, he takes credit for it, and everything that's bad he disassociates with and blames it on everybody else. And everybody else wasn't president, he was president. And it's my personal belief that, and I have information that would confirm this. I've been given, I have inside information, and it's my belief, and I'll call it a belief because I can't confirm it. But I do believe he planted COVID-19 here in the US. And here in Augusta, Georgia, they were testing out COVID-19 back in 2018 on our family. That's when we all got sick with some serious flu-like virus. And I never get sick. And I couldn't get rid of my cough for like 4 weeks, a month. My mother-in-law ended up in the hospital requiring breathing treatments. It all started with, I think it was my brother-in-law Dennis that brought it home. And Jean, who it was my disabled brother-in-law who died on January 13th of this year. He got a serious cough. And Dennis got sick first, and then Jean, and then of course their mother. And that was one household. And then Dean got sick, and then I got sick. But I stayed sick longer than Dean, and I never get sick. So, okay, waiting for his poll closings as voting continues nationwide. Um, yeah, yeah, and I thought about it, as they were finding out more and more about COVID-19. I realized that, looking back on it, I guess COVID-19 happened later, right? 19 is for 2019. I realized that it's because I'm heavier than my husband. My husband's not overweight like I am. And COVID-19 affects people who are overweight a little more severely. And I never get sick. So it was shocking that I was coughing for an entire month. And while at the time, we were taking care of Elizabeth, who was our elderly neighbor. And she did not get sick. I mean, it was amazing. Both Dean and I were really sick. Dean recovered sooner than me. I mean, I was fine. I just had a cough that wouldn't go away. He didn't have a lingering cough like that. Um, and he might have gotten sicker, and I didn't get as sick, but I just couldn't get rid of my cough for like a whole month. Um, and yeah, we took care of her, and we used back then nobody wore masks like we're familiar with masks today, thanks to COVID-19. But back then nobody wore masks or anything, and we were wearing our masks, our gloves, and sterilizing everything, before long before, a whole year before COVID-19 came into existence. Okay. Michigan election official, 3.3 million cast their votes early or absentee. Okay. Um, yeah, so yeah, and we were I mean, that was a huge accomplishment, and to not that Elizabeth did not get sick. And yeah, she's a tough one. She was a tough one. She died this year too on April 26th, sadly. But it was due to us being very careful to not, we didn't, that was the last thing we wanted to do. We didn't even enter the house until we had a mask on, our gloves on. And the first thing I did was sterilize my hands before I even went into her room. And, we were very, very careful every time interacting with her. And okay, so first poll closings. And it is, what time is it? Oh, I guess it's on the screen, isn't it? No, it's not. 5:38 p.m. here in Augusta, Georgia. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what happens here in Georgia. Um, it's there are certain people who have super duper, like there are these super electors. When they vote, they have more power, and I guess they influence, they're part of the electoral college, right? That's something I didn't understand. I've always not liked the electoral college. I don't feel like it's fair. But now that I understand that I have like the queen vote, and it wipes, it has authority over all other votes, I see it in a different way. And only because I care about people and I represent the people because of, all the rigorous life training they've forced me to go through. I feel like I understand the people that better than any politician would and does. Okay, there's the magic wall coming out. I don't know if these are the first. I don't think anything's come out yet. Um, I'm supposed to be, a representative of the people. I am the people, and I feel like, yeah, boy, have they put me through the most rigorous training possible. I mean, I should be dead a number of times over. And I know what poverty is firsthand. I know what struggle is firsthand, trauma. Okay, this is in the past with Biden and Trump. Yeah, they're still waiting for results, the first results, the full results. What is this? Follow tonight's full results at CNN/election. Yeah, I got my phone here, and I don't know if there's anything on here. I feel really bad that I violated Twitch's policies. Oh my gosh. And they blocked my account for 7 days. I feel really bad about that. I should have studied that before I streamed it. It must be about things on TV or something, the CNN thing. As long as it's commentary, it's fine to, you know. Okay, what is this? This is old stuff from the past with Hillary Clinton and Trump. Okay, let me look at this CNN app. Where is it? Here it is. And I'm just see if, okay, there's nothing in it. This is what it looks like. Is it backwards? I can't, yeah, it looks like it's backwards. At least from what I can see, it looks backwards. I noticed that earlier when I was, oh, you know what? I haven't adjusted this camera to reverse it, and that's why. And I have to figure out how to do that in Restream. I like reversing it so that people can read what, if I show something, it shows it the right way. Stop sharing. What is this? Okay. Michigan. Okay, he's just talking about the past, right? Biden, Trump, yeah. Yeah, so there's nothing in yet that I can tell. Wait. That's the presidential, Senate. See, we'll have Senate results too, and the House. I really want to see some Democratic control here. So we don't have any problem with the results of the election. If Trump, the Trumpers are going to be really upset that Kamala wins. And we don't want some House, right? Isn't it the House that, the Speaker of the House that Trump has some kind of arrangement with? He spoke at his little rally at Madison Square Garden about how him and the Speaker, I don't remember his name, he's that new Speaker, that he's not even going to assemble the House if Kamala, I don't know, he says if Kamala doesn't make 270, he's not even going to assemble the House. Somebody always gets 270. It would be really unusual that somebody wouldn't get 270. And if she gets 270, he theoretically could decide not to assemble the House. And this is why if the Republicans have the majority and we do not, that would be a nightmare. And we'd have January 6th all over again. Hopefully, it really does seem that Trump is trying to be a little he's trying to be very careful this time. I don't know. Earlier, I really should maybe play something that I saw earlier. They interviewed him voting today, and he came in with Melania, and he indicated that they asked him, "Oh, so are you going to declare victory no matter what?" And he said, "Well, we'll have to see how it goes. It's a tight election." And I mean, he wasn't talking that way. In previous, like in all his rallies, he always talks about how it's rigged, and he's already talking like, they're going to have to fix everything and respond because it's rigged. He's always talking like that, isn't he? But now, election day, when he voted, he was very careful. I'm sure an attorney had a word with him before he went on camera, and he was very, very careful to state that they'll have to see how the election turns out, that it's a very close race. And, if, he'll have to wait until later in the evening to see how it goes. And if things, if it looks like he's winning, he'll show up to his little party and say so. He's being very cautious all of the sudden. It's kind of funny. But I'm relieved to see that he's not trying to do the same thing or taking it up a few notches. That's all we need, But at least now everybody's really prepared. I mean, we were not prepared for what happened in 2020. Now we're prepared. And here I am, putting myself here out on the line, on the line here. Kamala Harris is going to win, okay? Because I voted for her. And I know that sounds really pompous and weird, but I have a queen vote. I've had a queen vote. I was born queen. I know that sounds wild. But in the United States of America, you're not allowed to vote until you turn 18. And I turned 18, I guess, in 1984. Was it 84? No, in 1983, sorry. But most of 1984, I was 18 before I turned 19. Anyway, I've always known that when I vote, the president, it's in a federal election. The primaries are state elections. Both parties, Republican, it's a bipolar system, right? It's Republican and Democrat. I know there are other parties, but the system is not set up for more than two parties. Oh, what is this? Okay, let me just go to the page and see what's going on here. Let's turn up the volume.
Of the presidential race. The first actual votes are coming up very soon. But right now to Erin Burnett with yet another battleground report. Erin.
All right, Jake, and of course it's all about the battlegrounds as we await these results. We still see people in state after state waiting to vote, waiting for their voice to be heard. Let's go to Georgia. Victor Blackwell, where you are right now. What are you seeing as getting into these final hours here of people being able to vote in a state where you are that we anticipate could have record turnout?
Aaron, let me start with some breaking news. I'm in Lawrenceville. That's in Gwinnett County, which is one of the Atlanta metro area counties that's increasingly becoming more Democratic or a pickup for the Democrats. What we've learned in just the last few moments is that after one of those bomb threats that was made against a polling location here in Gwinnett County around 12:45 today, a Superior Court judge has now extended voting at two precincts. Precinct 112 and Precinct 52. Now, they were both in the same facility. That's the Mountain Park Activity Center in Stone Mountain. It was evacuated for about an hour. So everything stopped down there for about 58 minutes. So voting will continue until 7:58 p.m. tonight. That just coming in, a ruling from a Superior Court judge here. Let me show you. This is the Grace New Hope Church. We are just before another rush here that's expected. I spoke with Margie, who's the poll manager here, and says that as we get closer to 7 p.m., this polling location will close at 7, that she's expecting another rush. This morning, she says she's never seen anything like it. People who showed up, she said women, people of color, Asian Americans as well. She said a lot of excitement from young people. Aaron, back to you.
A lot of excitement from young people. We're hearing that in Atlanta. Of course, we're hearing that out west. We heard it from the Secretary of State in Nevada. We'll see what it means. Let's go to Kate Baldwin. She's at a polling place outside Philadelphia. And Kate, I know there was a response there as you're talking to officials to some social media posts from Trump.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. Look, disinformation, misinformation, it's been running rampant, and it's been something that officials in Pennsylvania have been trying to fight against ahead of Election Day, to reassure people that this election here will be safe and secure just as it was in 2020. They're now having to combat that from the very top. Donald Trump sending out about 4:30 a Truth Social post saying that he's heard a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, saying law enforcement was on the way. We just got a statement from the Philadelphia City Commissioners, the people in charge of running the election in Philadelphia and overseeing it, saying this. Seth Bluestein saying this. There is absolutely no truth to this allegation. It is yet another example of disinformation. Voting in Philadelphia has been safe and secure. He goes on to say, we have been in regular contact with the RNC. We have been responsive to every report of irregularities at the polls to ensure Philadelphians can vote safely and securely. Taking it a step further, my colleague Holmes Librand spoke with the Philadelphia Police Department. They also said, Aaron, they are not aware of what Donald Trump is referring to, but that is the reality in Philadelphia of what they continue the counting. They're keeping their heads down and continuing to get the work done, but they're now having to combat this on Election Day from Donald Trump.
All right, Kate. Thank you very much. And our voting desk is keeping tabs on all the presidential battlegrounds. Anywhere that there's been a delay or someone has called for any kind of a concern on anything, we now have some new reporting out of Philadelphia. Pam Brown, you're at the voting desk where there's been some new details on what's happening there.
Yeah, that's right. I've been speaking to officials across the country, but in Pennsylvania, the crown jewel battleground Commonwealth, I should say, I just got off the phone with an official there in Philadelphia, and this is what the official told me. Overall, they have 182,000 early ballots in Philly counted so far, and 75 to 100,000 of those will be released at 8:01 p.m. tonight after the polls close. So we should note that overall number could rise in Philly because voters have until 8 p.m. to drop off their early ballots. Now, let's kick it over here to Arizona. Arizona, actually, I just got off from the phone with a source in Maricopa, the largest county there. That source tells me it is taking longer than expected to process those early ballots. Here's why, Aaron. This year, they have double the amount of paper, front and back. 79 measures and contests that they have to process with the two pieces of paper, and they also have to check the signatures on the envelope. So this first release of 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, that will come through. Those will only account for early votes through last Tuesday, October 29th. That's less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be comprised of ballots through at least Friday. That's what they had hoped for. Now, the first drop is expected to be about 55% of the total vote turnout for Maricopa. The next results reported overnight will include today's Election Day votes. In addition to that, officials will need to process the ballots dropped off across the county today. And then Nevada is another state that we're keeping a close eye on. They have to wait for every voter in line by the time polls close at 10 p.m. Eastern to vote, and for every poll location in the state to close before results are released, Aaron.
So it's going to take longer than maybe many people had hoped. Okay, so there's that. When you look at Arizona, where might we get results more quickly tonight, Pam?
Georgia.
Well, Georgia is showing promising signs. I've been speaking to an election official there on the ground. Most polls will close at 7 p.m. Eastern, with the exception of 2 polling places in Cobb County and a few others requesting an extension. Now, by law, the state has to report all the mail-in ballots received by Monday by an hour after polls close. But officials say that I've been speaking to, they expect around 75% of Georgia's overall vote to be released at around 8 o'clock. And then an official I've been speaking to says the majority of precincts will still report their first batch of results after polls close. Now, in Michigan, the Secretary of State, I just spoke to the Secretary of State, just got off the phone with her, and she tells me they're on track to match and possibly surpass their turnout record from 2020. The Secretary of State also tells me that at 9 p.m. Eastern, all the early in-person votes and the vast majority of today's Election Day votes should be in, and then they'll be made publicly throughout the night. She also notes, and this could be important, Erin, depending on how close this race is, that 7,000 overseas ballots have not been returned yet. So again, another factor in all of this. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Secretary of State there earlier, Secretary Benson, saying if it comes down to a margin of 7,000, we could be waiting. If it's not that tight, we may find this out much more quickly. So we will see. All right, Pam, thank you very much on the voting desk. Let's go to Sarah Murray. She is in Atlanta with new information on the voting there. What have you just learned, Sarah?
Well, Erin, we learned that there are 5 locations here in Fulton County that will be staying open later because they had to be briefly evacuated today because of these non-credible bomb threats. Obviously, this is an issue that folks in Georgia, as well as a couple other states, have been grappling with today. Now, we just learned from county officials here in Fulton County the polls will be open anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes past this 7 p.m. deadline when they were expected to close. Again, this is designed to give voters an opportunity to vote to make up for the period that these locations were closed today. Now, as Pam Brown was just pointing out, Georgia does have a rule that says an hour after your polls close, you need to report early absentee advanced voting. And in speaking to officials, they still believe we are going to see very timely results in Georgia, even though we have these 5 locations in Fulton County that are going to be staying open later, as well as a handful of other locations across the state. Still a lot of optimism from officials here that we are going to see some speedy results tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
The Republican
Yeah, I know
Secretary of State
Georgia
there has
wants
been
to
so
do that.
confident in that. We hope that's the case. All right, Sarah Murray, thank you very much with that latest reporting from Atlanta. Let's go over to John King. I'm peeking behind you at the wall. I see Pennsylvania is up.
So as you were translating what that means, I want to try to add to that as well as we go through it. Number one, let's start out west, and I'm going to walk over this way for a minute. If this race comes down to Arizona and Nevada, which is distinctly possible given how close it was, you get the impression from what we just heard, the counts there could take a little bit longer. If it comes down 11 and 6 in terms of the electoral votes, if it comes down to out west. However, it's also quite possible when we get these, which some will be late tonight, some could be tomorrow or beyond, we'll get more. So let's wander back over here and go through what we just heard. And I'll have Pennsylvania up because you just heard from Kate Baldwin. So let's start with Kate Baldwin. She's here in Bucks County. This is one of the key collar counties right around Philadelphia. Democrats need to run it up big in Philadelphia and then do well in the suburbs around it. Bucks County, blue collar, cops, firefighters, close to Philadelphia, which is just here to the south. This has been the most competitive of the collar counties. The more affluent, more educated, Montgomery and Delaware have become overwhelmingly Democratic. Look how close Bucks County was in 2020, 52 to 47. Go back to 2016, it's even closer.
Yeah, they're
48 to 48, or 49 if you round up Secretary Clinton to 48 there. So that's a very important point when Kate is saying, you know, there could be keeping precincts open a little bit longer to deal with that. That's what happens on election night, number one. Number two, if you're still voting and you see things on social media, check with your state officials or your county officials. Be careful about what you believe on social media, especially if it's coming from somebody who has a stake in the outcome of the election. So that's Pennsylvania there. I just want to go quickly down to Georgia, where Victor Blackwell was, because he makes an important point. Both Sarah Murray here in Fulton County, some bomb threats, so they're going to keep polls open. An absolutely essential area, 10% of the state population. You see how important it is to the Democratic coalition there. But then where Victor was out here in Gwinnett County. Again, as Victor noted, this was Republican territory 8, 10, 12 years ago. It is increasingly Democratic territory now, you see right there. So keeping the polling places open for a little bit longer could be incredibly important. And again, bomb threats, that's unusual. Keeping polling places open a little bit later because something happens, That's part of the process, Jake. Happens all the time, and we just need to be patient.
All right, thanks so much. And we're getting a new read
That's
on the
just
issues that
over
matter.
here on the side,
David
right?
Sherian back
What
with
you-
more exit poll information. David, how concerned
not
are
very
people
blue.
about this issue of protecting democracy?
Yeah, it's the #1 issue according to the exit poll of voters across the country in this election. 35% of voters in this election, Jake, say it is the most important issue. So we went a little deeper. Is democracy in the U.S. secure or threatened? 73% of voters nationally in this election, according to these preliminary exit poll results, say U.S. democracy is threatened. Only 25% think it's secure. Are you confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately in the United States? Well, 2/3 of voters in this election, 68%, say they are confident. 31% of voters say they're not confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately today. We also wanted to look at that by coalition of support here. So among Harris voters in this election nationally, Drake, 88%, nearly 9 out of 10 Harris voters are confident that elections are being conducted fairly and accurately. Only 11% are not confident. As I'm sure you could imagine, after the last 4 years, Donald Trump supporters, it's a totally different story. It's a split decision. Only 47% of Trump voters in this election say they're confident that the election is conducted fairly and accurately. 52%, a slim majority of Trump voters are not confident, Jake. We also
respond to mind control.
Are you concerned about violence as a result of the election? And overall, 71% of voters across the country, according to these early exit polls, say yes, they are concerned about violence. 27%, Jake, say no, they're not.
All right, David Sherian, thanks so much. Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, Jake, thanks very much. Just looking at the new exit polls, anything surprise you on this?
Listen, I'm actually surprised by the number of Republicans in this exit poll that actually do trust the election. It's nearly half.
Even all the rhetoric from the former president.
Yeah, and as we speak, Donald Trump is espousing on his Truth Social that there's fraud in Philadelphia. It's been knocked down by local election officials. But this is
By the way,
happening
the top
in real
election
time.
official in Pennsylvania is Republican.
Is a Republican. But listen, I think it's not helpful to Donald Trump if democracy is actually as high on voters' minds. Now, people can interpret that different. I think that there are some on the right who are going to say, well, the threat to democracy is the other side. But I think by and large, that tends to capture the voters who are concerned about January 6th, stop the steal, and efforts to overturn the election.
I think this challenging this assertion of fraud in Philly and some of the other things he's said lately is one of the reasons why people are concerned about violence and about what's going to happen after the election, because this has become more and more a mantra as the days have come toward the election.
Look, I think Governor Shapiro and the team in Pennsylvania have done a laudable job in doing things that are transparent. We don't have butcher paper up on the windows like we had in the last election. People are being shown things. There's like cameras there. So I am confident that this will be a fair election, a free election, and that it's going to come out, the way it's supposed to come out. People are voting in record numbers, and I'm hopeful that our team wins.
Well, to me, it is interesting that democracy, which should be a shared value, has now become almost a partisan issue. When you looked at concern for democracy was not very high for a party, the Republican Party, that's supposed to be the party of liberty, the party of patriotism. Something's really happened. I think the Democratic Party, has picked up the banner of a deeper kind of patriotism and a deeper kind of commitment to democracy, and I think that shows in these numbers.
It's interesting, though, that the people were critical early on of Kamala Harris for running on the defense of democracy idea. It seems, certainly just from these exit polls, that it.
Yeah, I mean, look, but I don't think she ran on those alone. It would have been a mistake to do so. I think the people who cared deeply about that were going to be with her, and so that is in the mix. But on your point about democracy, look, Donald Trump's project has been to raise doubts about all institutions.
Our coverage
that's
continues
dangerous.
right now.
It is election night in America. These are live pictures from a polling place near Milwaukee, Wisconsin, one of the 7 battleground states expected to ultimately decide who becomes the 47th president of these United States. I'm Jake Tapper in the CNN Election Center. The very first presidential votes of 2024 are about to be posted. The American people deciding whether to elevate Vice President Kamala Harris to the top job or return former President Donald Trump to the White House. We're getting closer to the first major round of poll closings and our first chance to make projections. That will be about an hour from now. 60 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency will be on the line at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's when all voting ends in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Some polling places in the Eastern time zone in Indiana and Kentucky are actually closing right now, and we expect early results from those two states at any moment. Georgia is the first crucial battleground state on our radar this evening. The state was pivotal in the Democrats' 2020 presidential victory, and Georgia's 16 electoral votes could be decisive in this election as well. Our correspondents are tracking Election Day voting in all the top swing states and will be on the scene as the first vote counts are reported. Our correspondents are working their sources inside the Harris and Trump campaigns. Let's check in with Abby Phillip, who is at Harris headquarters at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. And Abby, what are you hearing from the campaign at this hour?
Well, Jake, these are the critical turnout hours for the Harris campaign, and I'm here with my colleague Jeff Zelady. He's got some new reporting about how the Harris campaign, Jeff, is trying to, in these final moments, reach the people that they need to reach who maybe haven't voted yet.
It's so extraordinary, Abby. Even as the vice president is at the Naval Observatory here, about 100 miles away in the campaign's war room in Wilmington, they are checking these turnout numbers and literally going door by door. A senior advisor told me just a short time ago, if you have not voted yet, you will get a knock on your door or someone will give you a phone call. Just a few moments ago, the campaign sent out a blast release saying, trying to get volunteers to call people who have not voted. So that is how micro this is. But on a broader sense, the Harris campaign, as you've been reporting earlier, she is feeling optimistic, we're told, but cautious. And one question is, yes, they do believe turnout is high in cities like Madison and Milwaukee and Detroit, but the high turnout can obviously go both ways. So the question of the gender gap is front and center here. We're at Howard University, obviously, and her supporters will be coming in here shortly. And I'm told that she has also been working on a speech. We do not know if she will deliver it here tonight, of course. It could be one of two kinds, but we do know that she will be acting very quickly to whatever the Trump campaign does. So look, 1 hour before polls close in critical Georgia, this election is still going on. People are still being contacted if they have not voted.
And as you know, Jeff, one of the key advantages the Harris campaign thinks that they have is a turnout operation that is within their campaign. They have full control over it, and they believe it's been working at full capacity in the last couple of weeks. Back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Abby. Thanks, Jeff. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now, who's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, what are you learning about Mr. Trump's mindset this evening?
Well, Jacob, there's obviously a difference in Trump and his campaign itself. Trump himself has been making baseless claims about fraud happening already, even though officials that we're talking to in those cities like Philadelphia say they have no idea what he is talking about or what reports he's referencing. I'm here at the convention center with Kristen Holmes as well. And obviously, there's what Trump is saying on Truth Social. What are you hearing from the campaign about the numbers that they're tracking behind the scenes and what they're paying the closest attention to?
Well, Caitlin, right now, everything is coming down to voter turnout on Election Day. I mean, there's a lot of confusion and a lot of wondering about how that early voting actually translate on Election Day. Are those new voters? Are those new Republican voters? Or are those people who were going to actually show up on Election Day? There's a lot of trying to track that. Now, we know with Donald Trump is he's actually doing the exact same thing that we hear the Harris campaign is doing, is trying to reach those voters to drive out turnout today. He has done at least 5 tele-rallies with various demographic groups. That includes tele-rallies in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, as well as tele-rallies targeting young men, unregistered voters, and seniors. They are trying to get as many people to show up at the polls as they possibly can. Now, in terms of what they're tracking, they are actually looking at one of their apps that they had set up, for Trump Force 47, which is their way of essentially giving away their ground game to people on the ground, to volunteers. They're looking to see how many of those volunteers are tracking their people that they were supposed to reach out and bring to the polls actually voting, because if they're not tracking the number, they want to reach out again and make sure that they're actually doing everything they can to get those people to the polls. This was part of their ground game strategy. It's also why it's so risky, because you're depending on volunteers instead of actual professionals. We'll obviously have to see if it pays off.
Yeah, it's a big bet that they are making on this election day vote. They felt good about the early vote. We'll see how they feel about the numbers that we're seeing coming in now. And obviously, Jake, North Carolina and Georgia, those polls set to close. Those are two of the states that the Trump campaign is watching the closest as maybe a read on how the whole night can go for them.
All right, thanks, Kaylin and Kristen. We're getting another important read on the electorate from the exit polls. David Chalian's back. David, what are we learning about when voters made up their minds about who they were going to vote for, whom, I should say, for president?
Jake, we've talked so much about how each candidate was closing at the end and the very small slice of voters left undecided. Most voters decided long ago. Look at this. When did you make up your mind and decide on your presidential vote? Only 3% of voters nationwide, and these preliminary exit poll results say in the last few days. 3% say in the last week.
Anyone who's undecided
6% say in October, 7% in September. 80% of voters say before September they were already locked into their choice.
Yeah,
and it looks pretty similar if you look among Harris supporters versus Trump supporters. Among Harris supporters, only 3% in the last few days and 3% in the last week. Again, 80% before September were locked in. And on the Trump side, we look at his supporters. In the last few days, 3%. In the last week, 4%. 81% of his supporters were locked in before September. So it was a small slice of folks here that were deciding at the very end, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, fascinating stuff. Dana Bash, I mean, most people made up their minds long ago, but still, in an election with margins this thin, 3% making up their mind in the last few days, 3% making up their mind in the last week. That's not insignificant.
It is not insignificant, and this matches exactly what we've been told from both campaigns about how, yes, relative to the whole electorate, it's very small, but how targeted they have tried to be towards those what we call late breakers. And this is just proof that they were right about how narrow it is. Again, broadly, but how and why it was so important for each of those campaigns to be targeting the people that they thought were most likely to come their way. And we saw it in the messaging, particularly if you think about Harris, even in the last 24 hours, reaching out to people if they weren't sure, promising that if they're a Republican or an independent, that they are not going to have to worry about her governing anything other than across the aisle. Whether they bought it, that's a different question.
Chris and I were chuckling earlier at a voter from Grand Rapids, Michigan. His name was Josh, who said that he was coming out to vote for Donald Trump. But what was interesting is he was voting on the economy, and he said he had not voted since Obama. That is the Trump fantasy, the low propensity male voter who comes out and votes on the economy.
You know, I can take your point. 3% in the last few days, 3%, even I can do that math, 6% in the last week is not nothing and could be the difference between victory and defeat. On the other hand, when you think of how unknown Kamala Harris was to the general electorate, the idea that 80% of the people had decided they were going to vote for her without knowing almost anything about her, only 7% in September, which was the big debate that was generally seen as a big victory for her and not Trump. Yes, if the billions make the difference between victory and defeat, it was worth it. But man, 87% before we even got to October 1st. That's pretty amazing.
Because that's America right now. It's shirts and skins. The 80%, I mean, not to say that they didn't love her, but they're likely like either hardcore Democrats or hardcore never, ever am I going to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but to go to Chris's point, she had to slingshot her way into the public consciousness and very quickly against somebody who had been running essentially for a decade. So I think it's actually pretty remarkable what we're seeing.
All right, we're counting down to our first chance to make projections in the presidential race. That's at the top of the next hour. We're inside key polling places in these final hours, and minutes before they close this election night, we'll be heading.
Okay. All right. I don't know. The screen goes dark when there it goes. It goes light. There it's light again. I don't know. I guess I used my cursor a little too much there, and it darkens the screen. Anyway, so I just, I'm like really amazed that people don't know the truth about Trump, that they can't just look at him and observe him for 5 minutes and not understand he's like the equivalent of a used car salesman turned, criminal, and he's committed a lot of crimes too. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Indiana is what's showing up on the magic uh what is it called? The magic wall. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like 61.9% of Trump's votes are in the whole United States, and only 36.8% of Harris's votes are in. And it looks like Indiana looks pretty red. So, okay. I think that's probably typical of Indiana, right? That's a red state. And this whole thing about how Trump plans on, this is I guess it's a consequential, is it called a consequential election? He plans on, and this is their hope. This is what his pal who got out of prison recently, what's his name? Oh, that guy who thinks he's so smart. What's his name? You know who I'm talking about. I don't know. Let me get his face on the screen. Let me see what. Oh, Trump administration. Oh, he's on the tip. His name is on the tip of my tongue. Trump administration member released recently released from prison. Right? He was there for like I don't know. Was it like 4 months or 3 months? He got a slap on the wrist. Steve Bannon. Let me get an image of him on the screen. His ugly face. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean, but I just don't like him. Okay, let me share my screen. Where's my share? Let me share. Yeah, this guy right here. There he is, Steve Bannon. He thinks he's so smart. And believe me, I'm not claiming to, I don't care what people look like. It's just he's so mean. He's just so deranged. And he was just like, oh yeah, I don't know if is he even an attorney. I don't even know if he is, but he's got his attorneys, and they have this big plan, like, oh, Kamala, we're just not going to assemble the House. They're planning on winning the House, and that's why they can't win the House, because when you are in control of the House, you have a certain responsibility to the United States of America. You work for the United States of America. You don't just decide what you unilaterally want to do because you're in control. No, you are servants to the American people. But Steve Bannon, he's like, okay, we'll get control of the House, and then we can decide not to exercise our option to assemble the House, and then we just have a and if Kamala is one delegate vote short, 269, then we'll just have to go to the consequential election. Isn't that what it's is that what it's called? Consequential election. What is that? Okay, is that what it is? Yeah, I think so. Or is this wrong? Yeah, consequential election. Is this right? Maybe it's not what it's called. I thought it was. Yeah, I don't know if it's called consequential election. I have to read, I have to find it, but it's a certain special election. It's in our it's in the what is it called? The It's in the Constitution that if nobody gets 270 electoral votes, then the House can choose to, is it Article 12 of the Constitution? They can choose to have, is it a consequential election? That's the term that's standing out in my mind, but it's probably called something else. And I can research it. I can look it up, but let me just tell you what I remember about it. And basically, each state gets one vote. It doesn't matter what the population of that state is, that every state gets exactly one vote. It's an error in the Constitution. That is just so wrong that California gets one vote and little West Virginia or little Rhode Island, I don't know who the smallest state is with the smallest population. Little Rhode Island, I don't know, it's the smallest state. I don't know if it's the least populated. I don't know, they get one vote too. And like California is like the most populous state, right? And Rhode Island might be one of the fewest. Let me see. Let me look that up. Which state has the least population? Oh yeah, I guess electoral votes is good. Okay, here's the electoral. I can show this. Let's see. Wait, does it have it? Okay, I guess this is okay, this is let me share my screen. It's kind of interesting. It's Newsweek. Where is my little thing? I'm just still learning this. Okay, let's switch it. Replace screen sharing with this one. All right, so looks like, yeah, this is California. It has 54. And let's look at Georgia. Let's see. Wait, this is South Carolina. This is Georgia. We have 16. Florida has 30. And what's this? New York. I thought New York had more, a lot more than that. See, they're not even, that's 28. And we have, Florida has 30, more than New York. Gosh. But New York City is supposed to be the most populated area of the United States, but it's not enough to outdo California for sure. And then look at this, Texas 40. And I know that Texas is kind of gaining on California. They're at 40 and California's at 54. And, the prediction is, and the rate Texas is growing, it's going to outdo California in a number of years. Yeah, but see, it's not fair. Okay, here's West Virginia. I was going to say West Virginia. It looks like it has only 4 electoral votes. Rhode Island, 4. Okay, there it's tied. It's tied with Rhode Island. What's this? This is Delaware? Yeah, 3. Oh, Delaware has even fewer, right? 1. Yep. Yep, so Delaware is the lowest. I mean, I don't know. Vermont has 3 also. Okay, so there are some really 3 for North Dakota, 3 for South Dakota. Wyoming only has 3. No. Okay, so there's a couple really light states. These are not states. That's not it. All right, so yeah, there's a few states that, yeah, it's not fair, 1 vote for each state. And like California has like 50, did I say 54? Yeah, 54 electoral votes, college votes, but with is it consequential election? Okay, I'm gonna look it up. I'm sorry. Okay, consequential, is that what it's called? No, I don't think it is. Yeah, no. It's called something else. Steve Bannon election. Let's see if it comes up for that. If I put his name in, Bannon, because he's the one that's been talking about it lately. Shocking election prediction. Yeah, I don't see the term. Okay, why it would become convinced would win the election. Okay, let's look it up. This is Megyn Kelly. All right, am I sharing my screen? Let me see. No. Okay, let me share this screen. Okay, I have to go back. See, I'm not used to doing this. Sorry. Okay. Let's adjust that, replace screen sharing, and okay, here we go. Okay, so why Steve Bannon became convinced Donald Trump would win the election while he was in prison. Yeah, well, he still thinks that he looks like he has makeup on. So does he. Oh, there's no information here. Oh, I thought there was going to be more information. I thought there was going to be an article. Oh, darn. We can't listen to that right now. Okay, well, that was kind of a waste of time. Let me go back and see if I can find a better. He vows to secure election for Trump as allies gather in D.C. Okay, maybe this has more information. All right, so Bannon, a former White House strategist and current War Room host on the online video platform Rumble, told CBS on Tuesday morning that he would be spending tonight at the Willard, Washington, D.C. hotel, the same place he stayed the night before the January 6th riots in 2021. Oh, great. So just cueing everyone. It's the same thing all over again. Yeah. You don't have to say a word. You get your message out just by repeating the same thing you did back in 2021. Prior to the attack on the Capitol, Bannon gathered a war room together at the hotel to strategize methods for countering Joe Biden, according to the 2021 Bob Woodward and Robert Costa book, Peril, and other statements made by Bannon. He told the news channel on Tuesday, unlike 2020, we will secure Trump's victory this time. Yeah, they have a plan. Bannon was released from prison 1 week ago after serving a 4-month sentence. He should have gotten more for 2 counts of contempt of Congress for failing to respond to a House Select Committee issued subpoena investigating the January 6th attack. And see, he's just, showing why he should be separated from society, because he's going to go and do this whole thing all over again with the January 6th thing. And he says it's going to work this time. He's telling all of us. He's not even hiding it. He's proud. Right. So he went to jail for 2 counts of contempt of Congress for failing to respond to a House Select Committee issued subpoena investigating the January 6th attack. His statements to CBS are part of Bannon's week-long campaign to try to secure the election for Trump and to ensure that Trump has a team behind him after the polls close. See, they're rallying all their support right now. The polls are about to close. Steve Bannon is in operation right now as we speak. Speaking on Steve Bannon's War Room live stream on Monday, conservative political commentator Tucker Carlson, oh my God, Tucker, what you said at Madison Square Garden was, I don't know. I did not care for it. And I forget what he said. He said something like, he was talking about Kamala, and it was disgusting what he said. And I don't know, I was just disgusted by all the men that spoke there, talking about her pimp and like she would have, she got where she got doing something inappropriate or sexual, like Trump has, believe me, Trump has ard his way to the top. Okay, it's not Kamala, it's Trump and people like Steve Bannon who have ard, and you know what R is, RAPED to the top. All right. But yeah, I was not impressed with Tucker Carlson's commentary during that is it a rally that he had over it that resembled, the Nazi rally back in history. It was pretty disgusting and very chauvinistic, geared towards young men, ignorant men who have testosterone on the brain. Yeah. Tucker Carlson discussed Trump's loyal team and spoke about why he believed Trump would have support around him if the election was contested. Carlson says, I'll pray that it isn't contested, you know. Oh, okay. He has to say that to cover himself. I think all of us do on both sides pray that it's not contested. But if it is, it's not going to be Trump out alone. The former Fox News anchor added that Elon Musk's, oh, don't even get me started about Elon Musk. You know, my money, you know, he's the poster boy for some of my money. He didn't make that money himself. He doesn't, and this is why he's kowtowing to Trump, because he you know, that money's not his. And I guess he thinks Trump is going to get him more money to do what he wants and keep him the multi-billionaire he's not really. Those are my billions of dollars. And I guess he doesn't want women back in control, because then everybody will see him for what he is, a poster boy, like Trump is. They're all fake poster boys parading around pretending my money is theirs. Okay. You know, Elon is doing all the things we planned for him to do. He's following our directions. He doesn't understand that, you know, I'm going to be in control of my money, my own money pretty soon. And, you know, I'm not going to need him anymore, you know, and I do not appreciate him funding Trump and all the misery he has caused me. Anyway, okay, so the former Fox News anchor added, this is Tucker Carlson. He added that Elon Musk's support meant a lot for Trump's chances at contesting the 2024 election, because Musk had the most to lose by backing Trump, given that he is a central government contractor. Yeah. It's my money that funds him. Okay, I'm the government. I'm the US government. I'm supposed to own this government, and this is, you know, so he's my contractor. And he thinks by kowtowing to Trump, is that the word, kowtowing? I don't know, you know, he's going to get more money. No, that's just going to piss Claire off and make her want to cut you off. You know, it's the reverse. He should be kowtowing to me. He should be kowtowing to Kamala, not to Trump. Trump is on the way out, Elon. And so are you. All right. Where are we? After being released from prison, let me see. Did I miss anything here? Okay. No, this is the next paragraph. After being released from prison, Bannon likened himself to a political prisoner and said, as reported by Newsweek, the 4 months in federal prison not only didn't break me, it empowered me. Oh yeah, like all my life of trauma and misery that Trump and others like him, including, you know, Steve Bannon, didn't break me either. It empowered me, and that's the name of my business, Department of Empowerment. What do you know? And Bannon continues, I am more energized and more focused than I've ever been in my entire, it's his entire lie. See this? Entire lie. Yeah. Yeah, that's what his life is, a lie. Isn't that funny? Did somebody do that on purpose at Newsweek? I think they might have. My entire lie. That is beautiful. Bravo, Newsweek. Bravo. That's beautiful. Okay, this is what Bannon says, and I'll translate, but you know, I love the way Newsweek purposely misspelled that word. There's a typo right there. I am more energized and more focused than I've ever been in my entire life. And I can see clearly. Yes, like Claire means clear in French. Just like in 2016 and in 2020, exactly what's going on here. Okay. I don't know what he's referring to. Okay. He knows he's the lie and I'm the truth. You know, he's just trying to make everyone think he's the truth. And see, that's what they do on that side of things. You know, the CIA, I talk about them like they're the CIA, and they are, you know, the good people, they're in the CIA also, but they're there to, you know, to kind of limit their scope of of damage. um, when I refer to the CIA, and I really don't like the CIA. I refer to people like Trump and Bannon, all those deranged idiots, that I have to deal with, who want to take over the world and my money and everything in it. And it doesn't belong to them. It's mine. I know I'm a woman. I'm not a man. And it's precisely because I am a woman that everything belongs to me. And that's the way it's always been. The woman always possesses everything and the man steals it from her. Men marry women for secret money that the women never know about, and they steal it and they take credit for it. They pretend they're successful in business or whatever, their career, and it's their wife's money. And the woman just doesn't know, and he supports her. Such a nice little housewife who doesn't know, and he takes all the money and takes credit for it. Yeah, that's the way all men like Trump and Bannon want it to continue. They want life to continue on like that forever and ever. Keep the women blind and, most of the population blind. And so they can keep up their charade. Wouldn't you rather make money honestly? And, I just don't understand why people are so opposed to the truth, why the truth is so, isn't the truth better than a lie? I mean, a lie is a cheap version of the truth. It's the truth. A lie can't compete with the truth. The truth is so much more than what a lie could ever be. Why do you want to base your life on a lie when you've got the truth? The truth is so much better than a lie. I just don't understand these people who base their lives and their whole existence on a lie. It must be that they just can't. They just feel so lowly and incomplete and so minuscule that they can't handle the truth, right? They say other people can't handle the truth, but they can't handle the truth because the truth is just so much bigger and better than they are, right? It's because of their self-loathing that they can only handle a lie, which is a little distorted sliver of what the truth is, right? I guess. I mean, I'm just hypothesizing. I just don't understand it. Okay. Following his release, Bannon spoke to Newsweek about his election predictions, saying he was close to 100% certain of a Trump win. Wow, that's a pretty bold statement. And there's nothing more than that. That's it. Okay. What? Donald Trump may achieve something that hasn't happened for 132 years? What's that? I want to know. What is that? Donald Trump could make history as only the second U.S. president to serve on non-consecutive terms if he wins the 2024 presidential election, a feat that was last accomplished 132 years ago. It ain't gonna happen, Donald. You wish. Trump is the first defeated president to run for office again since the late 19th century. Well, President Theodore Roosevelt ran for a third term in 1912. He was not previously defeated and didn't secure a major party nomination. I'm just trying to take that in. Well, President Theodore Roosevelt ran for a third term in 1912. He was not previously defeated, right? He won, and it was because of the war, right? Was it World War I at that time? And it was like an emergency period of. It was life was an emergency back then, and so rather than hold an election, I guess he made it simple, and he was voted in a third term. Was it yeah. He didn't secure a major party nomination, so he just ran it for himself. I don't know. I don't understand that. Okay. Only one person has served 2 non-consecutive terms in the White House, Grover Cleveland. I went to school with a Cleveland who is probably one of his descendants in Princeton, New Jersey. Or he doesn't live in Princeton anymore, though. The Democrat was first elected, Grover Cleveland. He was first elected president in 1884. He was defeated in his re-election bid in 1888 by Republican Benjamin Harrison, despite winning the popular vote on both occasions. Interesting. To win the presidency, a candidate must secure 270 electoral college votes, which doesn't always align with the national popular vote, as was more recently the case in 2016 when former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton lost to Trump in 2016. Yeah. He didn't, he says, "Oh yeah, and see, I got an overwhelming," like he talks about that being an overwhelming election and how the people wanted him. No, they wanted Hillary Clinton. It was because I voted for myself and I wasn't on the ticket. He was. I actually obtained I became a legal write-in candidate for the first time. I mean, I had run for president before. Yes, I have voted for myself and I have run for president before. I'm not a politician, so I don't go out there campaigning. I was just given a lot of instructions when I was a child, and I try to follow my instructions as close as to a T as I can. And, of course, I have my own interpretation of those instructions. And I feel like, I guess that's why I sometimes don't want to accept the truth, which is so sad for me many times. But anyway, what I'm saying is that's why Trump won. It was because of me. I couldn't. I have a queen vote, and my vote trumps everybody's, including Trump's, and I just have to vote in a federal election. Both, it's a what do they call it? There are two. It's a it's a what do they call it? Dual party system, bi-party system. I don't know. It's bipolar and it's ridiculous, but there are only two parties. And I can't vote for a third party or independent or anything like that, or my vote is disqualified. I have to vote for either a Democrat or a Republican who is on the ticket, the presidential. It has to be a federal election. And then I have a queen vote, and whatever I vote is the person, because it's like a super delegate vote, but just it's a queen vote and it supersedes everything. There are a lot of super delegates in the electoral college whose votes have more power than a regular person in society's vote, regular vote in society. And everybody thinks that's just fine. And, it's super delegates. They have delegates and super delegates, right? They have different levels, and it's all according to who you're related to. They're part of bloodlines. And this is what the general population doesn't understand, and this has been going on since the beginning of time. And I mean, it has. It's just not public information. They don't talk about it. But yeah, we know about super delegates, don't we? We know about delegates. And that's the electoral college. I used to want to do away with the electoral college, but now that I understand that my queen vote is part of the electoral college and it supersedes all votes, I want to keep it because I want to protect the interest of the common person in our society. A person, the people that nobody else cares about, it seems, and it's because I'm first and foremost a common person, and I have been treated like a lowly, the lowest of the low, that I relate to the common person more than any, privileged politician or any celebrity could, and even though I will hopefully one day be celebrated as a celebrity, maybe. I mean, I hope so. I feel like I've earned that. I will never forget, all that I went through. I'm 59 years old and I'm still waiting for my money, my life, my everything. So, I have a unique understanding of what it is to suffer and, more than the common person does. And so, of course, I'm going to care about the common person because I've been through worse. And, I just, I don't want anyone to ever go through what I've gone through ever. I wouldn't wish my life on anyone. And, of course, I'm going to have empathy for people that other people, people in Trump's position Even if they're a good person, they might not be able to relate to the common person because they've been privileged their whole lives. It's very important for leaders to understand the common man, the common human experience. You're not a good leader if you can't relate, or you know, and there are a lot of people who think they relate, who pretend to relate, and but they don't, because they have a really privileged life, and they've always had a very privileged life. When you've always been part of a family who looks out for you and cares for you, who takes care of you, you don't know what it's like to be down and out, without a friend, without a family. You don't know what that's like. Humans are very social animals, and they can't exist outside of a group. They're not supposed to be able to exist. And I've been forced to somehow survive without a family. And I meeting Dean really helped me. He's my family. I kind of worry about having all my eggs in one basket, though. I don't have any friends really anymore. My life has been destroyed many times over. They really thought they had killed me off, and I never die. And, thank goodness for Dean. He is my family, my only family, and really my only friend. I mean, I have acquaintances in my life here and there. But Dean is my best friend and my family, my only family. And of course, our animals, are an extension of that. But I'm going into all of that because, of course, I'm off track here, so I don't even remember what I was going into all of that for. But basically, just explaining that there's a reason for my existence, okay? And I understand like nobody else, because of all that they've put me through hell. And this was planned. It was planned because, me having that queen vote, the power of being the queen, they couldn't spoil me. They couldn't make me into a Donald Trump, because look at what could happen. I mean, look at Donald Trump with the power he's been given, and look at all the damage he's done. I'm sorry. I don't know why Trumpers can't see it. Oh, if he gets back into the White House, our life is over in this country. Women are going to lose their rights. He's going to have like Hitler is his idol. He's going to like try to make it Nazi Germany. He's going to try and do that. I mean, he did, he thought he was going to be like Theodore Roosevelt and have many terms. He was planning on dying president. I'm pretty sure he wanted to outdo Theodore. Is it Theodore Roosevelt? I think, right? What is that? FDR? No, it's FDR, right? Not Theodore. He was earlier. That they were cousins, right? FDR. He wanted to outdo FDR. And I know he was so shocked when it didn't work out for him in 2020. He was so shocked about that. He really thought because he got in there, he was going to stay. No, it was a mistake. I mean, they tricked me. They rigged it so he would get in through me. They knew I wouldn't know what I thought I was voting for myself. And I know that sounds really, you probably think that I'm really silly to think that I would ever be put in the White House, right? You probably think I'm really silly. And I think it's silly too. I mean, I'm not a politician. I just get by and survive in the world. I don't know what I'm doing, but I am really smart. And I've somehow survived despite all the odds. I shouldn't be alive. I'm pretty amazing, actually. So I figured, it'd be good to have somebody like me in the White House, right? I mean, I'm certainly not the kind of presidential material that Americans are used to, and would vote for. Of course, I know that. I'm not stupid. I'm kind of smart, okay? But I was just, my whole life, I was raised to, to expect to be president, the first woman president. That's how they raised me. And I didn't always remember it. And it wasn't until later in life I finally remembered the plan. And, and I believed what they told me, okay? Of course I believed them. Because, they cared about me and they wanted the best for me, the people who told me this information, and they always came through for me again and again. They were the only people who did. So of course I'm going to believe them, and I fulfilled my part of the plan perfectly, and everything happened the way it was planned, with Trump becoming president like this, like he did. I shouldn't say like this. He's not going to be president ever again. I'm not going to let it happen. Okay. They tricked me once. Okay. And it was so horrible to wake up and realize that I had created my worst nightmare by voting for myself, a legal write-in candidate for president in 2016. I mean, it was my worst nightmare to put him in office. I didn't want Hillary Clinton because Hillary Clinton had, abused me when I was a child. And I did not believe that she deserved to be the first woman president. I did, her victim. I was her victim and I deserved to be. And I knew she was overqualified. I knew that she really was on the right side of things and wanted a lot of the same things I did. But I don't consider Hillary Clinton to be a very good person. I feel like even though she is on the right side of things, I feel like her heart is not in it. I feel like she's opportunistic, and I don't think she's real. I think she's fake, and she just knows that's gonna, that was her career. I don't think she really cares about children, because if she cared about children, she wouldn't have violated me like she did. She wouldn't have abused me like she did in my living room in Old Greenwich, Connecticut in 1974? I believe it might have been. She wouldn't have done that, if she really truly cared about kids the way she says she does. I wonder if she violated Chelsea. I don't know. Maybe her own child was not someone she would ever think of abusing, but she just, she saw me as expendable, and I was just the sacrificial lamb to create her career with. I don't know. But she is not what she claims to be. She wouldn't be able to be. She couldn't be able to. She couldn't be if she violated this little girl. And so she couldn't be the first. That was what I was consumed with in 2016. And I just thought, if I voted for myself, they told me when I was a child, if I voted for myself, I would become the first woman president, right? And I believed them. Okay. I mean, I know it sounds really naive and silly. Oh, thank you, Dean. Why are you interrupting for this? Huh? Why are you doing this? What? What?
Let the world see what you got.
I know, but I'm not talking about that right now. Maybe I'll show it later, okay? Thank you, Dean. He just brought me this. The Tale of Benjamin Bunny. Start and run a coffee bar. These are things that are from our house that he's collected. Where our house is just full of little things, little knickknacks and things, and Thank you, Dean. He just wanted his presence known, I guess. Okay, so that's why it was just such a shock to know that I created my worst nightmare, putting that the last person I wanted to be president was Trump. And really, honestly, if I had known that's what I was going to do by voting for myself in 2016, I would have held my nose, closed my eyes, and voted for Hillary Clinton. And I wouldn't have liked it. I wouldn't have liked her little fake smile being the first woman president. That would have really been terrible to watch. Almost as terrible as watching Trump. Almost. Not quite, because at least I'd know she'd be like pretending to be a good person, even if she's not really. She'd be doing everything a good person would do in office. Yeah, maybe doing some bad things on the side. I don't know what she does. I don't know. I just know what she did to me. a little girl, was I 8 at the time? I mean, I think it was 74. I don't think it was 75. I don't think it was 1975 when I was 9. It was when I was 8. So, yeah, so when I just couldn't believe he was going to stay in office. I mean, I kept waiting for them to remove him from office and put me in. I know it sounds so naive and silly that I ever thought such a thing. And I'm sure people think that, oh, I see how delusional she is. That I was a child and people gave me specific instructions on what to do in the future. And I'm a savant. I remember every detail, or at least a lot of the details. And this is why I did what I did, and why I believed them with all my heart, because I was a child. And here I am, a woman, following those instructions that were given to me so long ago, trusting them with all my heart, and yeah, it makes me look crazy or whatever, sure. It does. I understand. And that was part of the plan, to fool people into thinking, that I was something I wasn't. And instead of people understanding I'm a savant and I remember things very clearly, and it was specific instructions that I've carried out, and these are things I wouldn't do ordinarily. Believe me, I wouldn't. But I was told this was the only way for me to get my money in my life when I was ready for it. But yeah, I'm still waiting for my money, and I'm still waiting for my life. And the date is November 5th, 2024, and I am 59 years old. I just turned 59 on October 21st. My top secret classification expired on July 23rd, 2024, and I'm not classified. I really don't think I am. I've expired. I have not been renewed because it's not legal to renew me. I was never supposed to. I don't meet the protocol. I don't meet the standard, the criteria for being classified top secret in the first place. So it was a crime to classify me as top secret. It was a violation of the laws of the United States of America to classify a 9-year-old girl home alone in 1975, a threat to national security, and, making her top secret for the majority of her life. How many years ago was that? 49 years ago is what I remember calculating. And it's not going to be 50 years. It's going to be now that I'm declassified, and I'm part 2 of the Biden surprise. Kamala was part 1. So Steve Bannon, get ready. Trump, whatever you do, and I really hope, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they can do. We're all prepared this time. We weren't prepared back in 2020. Was it 2020, 2021? We weren't prepared. It was such a shock. I remember watching on the TV across the street when I was still taking care of Elizabeth across the street. I mean, it was like, what? It was just like, what is going on? January 6th, it was just such a shock. I was just couldn't even believe it. And I think I tweeted about it. I guess that's how I documented it. It was just such a shock. This time we're prepared, and Biden is still going to be president. So whether Trump wins or not, Biden is still the president at this point, and will be up until January. So, he's going to be able to prevent the fraud of Trump and Bannon from occurring. I mean, I believe so, because they're prepared. We just didn't dream. Nobody dreamt that what they did on January 6th and surrounding January 6th and beyond would ever be possible. This Project 2025, I mean, it's insane. And these people, I mean, they think that they're Christians. They are Satanists. This is what they dream up and concoct. It's Satan-like. It's not at all Christian, God-like at all. Okay, God would be on the side of the Democrats, and is on the side of the Democrats, period. End of discussion. All right, let's see what's going on CNN. I know I've got to share my screen again. Let's try and see what's going. Replace screen sharing. CNN Max. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Is it on? Yeah, here we go. All right. Let's turn up the volume.
Than 70% of all active voters in the state. So clearly high interest there from voters. We're going to find out that total number sometime after the polls close. So we also know from Georgia election official Gabriel Sterling, who I've just been speaking with, that tonight's first results account.
Yeah, we used to be number 2 after Atlanta.
Of the overall votes.
Columbus
and the Secretary of State there says that he's optimistic we'll know who clinched Georgia by the end of tonight. Now, one note on Fulton County, Georgia's most populated county and home to Atlanta. We saw several non-credible bomb threats earlier today. We just heard a little bit about that from Victor Blackwell. 5 polling locations were granted a voting extension as much as 45 minutes past 7 p.m. Eastern. Once polls close, the county will have up to an hour to report early vote results, though the expectation is that most precincts will report by just about an hour from now, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll be keeping a close eye on this key battleground state that Biden narrowly flipped in 2020 as results start to roll in, Erin.
That's right. It looked one way, then it looked the other way. It was so close.
11,779.
But who was counting?
Donald Trump was when he called Brad Raffensperger.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. And I hear John King right next to me.
Yes.
So
Pam's right.
You
Donald
chuckle?
Trump was
That's
counting. I was chuckling because Georgia, a little PTSD
Yeah.
over Georgia and all that. But as you see the big clock there, as Pam just said, votes will be coming in soon. 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Oh,
You get some big
wow.
polls closing.
I
We'll get
didn't
to
know
those in a
I talked
second.
for a
I wanna
whole
quickly-
hour.
And one thing we have already. The polls have not completely closed. They finish in Indiana. I just want to show you. And again, we're looking at the early results just to see if there are any clues, right? We don't want to overplay things. We also don't want to ignore things that we see, right? So you come right up here. You see one dot of blue in the middle of the Indiana map, right? That's Hamilton County. It's just north of Indianapolis. This, if you went back 20, 30 years ago, you'd see a lot of farms in this county. Now it's much more suburban, especially as you get closer to Indianapolis. Why do I raise that question? It's blue, right? 58% of the vote could flip. Look how close it is. It's 50 to 49. So it could well end up red, as it did in 2020 and 2016. But it's just, is this a signal that Kamala Harris, in the first election, post-Dobbs, in an issue where we know Donald Trump struggled in the suburbs in the 2018 midterms, struggled mightily in the suburbs in losing in 2020, is this a sign? I pointed out this way. Harris at the moment at 50, Joe Biden was at 46 in this county in 2020, and Hillary Clinton was at 37% in this county in 2016. So the suburbs are critical in key races. Indiana is most likely to stay red. Let's be very clear about that. But as you come back to 2024, again, as you look at these early results that we're getting in some states, you try to see, is it possible we could look at some other places, look in some of the battleground states and the close-in suburbs. So something to keep an eye on as we go. A quick look at Kentucky. This one's about to close. Some more results have come in. Let's just see if it's any mass to it. Again, Kentucky is a reliably red state. We expect it to stay that way. But you will look. Scott Jennings was talking about this earlier. Fayette County is Lexington in the suburbs. The vice president was a big early lead there. Frankfort is Franklin County. It's Frankfort in the suburbs. You see it there. So let's just compare. So 54%, if you round that up, 2024 at about 42%, 48% for Joe Biden. So right now, in Indiana and in Kentucky, you see the vice president at the moment overperforming Joe Biden in some suburban areas. Now, they're in red states, so we don't know whether that's going to matter as we get into these states. But we are about to get some clues. I want to move the map a little bit. We're about to get results in Virginia. Virginia has been blue for a while, but it was purple not all that long ago. So here's the question in Virginia tonight, which is going to report results to us very quickly. Do we get a 10-point race, as we had in 2020? Do you get Democrats winning by 10? That tells you the vice president is holding the Biden map in a state that will go blue. Or do you get a 5-point race, as we had in 2016? That would tell you that Donald Trump not only is running up the score in these red rural areas, but that he's improved his standing in the suburbs a little bit. You know, you see in here, it's Northern Virginia and down around the Richmond area there. So we'll get some key clues. And then also coming up moments ago, of course, one of the biggest battlegrounds of all, as Pam Brown was just noting, 11,779 votes. That was the margin when Joe Biden flipped Georgia. The last time it had gone Democrat, Bill Clinton eked it out in 1992, thanks to Ross Perot in part there. But it's been a long time since Georgia. So as Adi noted, is it a state in transition or is it a tug-of-war state? Jake, that's what we're going to find out. Again, 11,000 votes 4 years ago. The results in battleground Georgia to come in just about any second now. And again, you look at Atlanta, you look at the suburbs, and you see all that red is Donald Trump's base coming out to vote.
All right, and we are just moments away from the first big round of poll closings. Voting's about to end in 6 states, 6 with a total of 60 electoral votes at stake. Keep an eye on the pivotal battleground of Georgia, as most voting is ending there right now. And CNN can bring you a projection now. CNN projects that Kentucky goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. And CNN can also project that Vermont will go to Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes. Kamala Harris wins the state of Vermont. It is too early to project in Georgia, Indiana, South Carolina, and Virginia. Let's take a look at the electoral map now to see where the candidates stand. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Donald Trump has 8. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert now. Indiana. Donald Trump in the lead there with 60.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 38.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has an 86,829 vote lead. That's with an estimated 13% of the vote in. Let's go to John King now at the Magic Wall. John?
And so, Jake, now we wait, right? You have the states that we've projected, Kentucky and Vermont. Those are the ones you expect. But so what are you going to get here? You see some first votes in Florida. Look at that. Let's just take it out. Okay, it's just south here. It's in Osceola County, just south of Orlando.
We don't know if that's
like to look at votes when they come in, right? Florida tends to be a reliably red state. Again, though, it'll be a test of whether Harris can improve their standing in the suburbs, or put it this way, whether Trump can improve his standings in the suburbs, whether Trump's collapse in the suburbs continues. First votes in Florida, always interesting to take a look. But what we're waiting for is the battleground just north of Florida, which will be essential in this race. Again, Vice President's easiest path is those blue wall states. But Georgia, as a competitive state, what are we looking for? Right. Number one, we're looking for the Democratic Foundation, which is Fulton County. Sarah Murray noted that the Blackwell is in the suburbs here. Some polling places will stay open, but we should get votes pretty quickly. And when you're looking at Fulton County, Atlanta is here. You see how it stretches, a lot of suburbs around it, right? We're at 0 right now. What are you looking for? You're trying to see if she can not only match the president's percentage, get 73% of the vote, but by the end of the night, sometimes this count could last into tomorrow, is the math margin. Right, because if you look here and you come out here, there are 159 counties. 159 counties in Georgia. A lot of them are like this. I'm just picking one randomly. They're small, they're rural, but Trump runs it up. So we're going to watch that. Is the Trump base in rural America coming out in battleground Georgia? It is absolutely essential to his math that he run it up big in places like that. But if that is the case, and that's what we expect to be the case, the Trump base comes out, then the key will be the state as the Harris base come out in Fulton County, Atlanta. And then what happens here?
Red, but
Clayton County, just below.
I don't know.
Predominantly African-American, strong Democratic suburb. You need to run up the number, but it's not just the percentage. What's the raw math? Are Democrats coming out to vote? Democrats need high turnout to offset the Trump rural numbers. So that's one test. And then, for me, but you get further out here. Let's go out where Victor Blackwell is, out here in Gwinnett County. Right, look at that. Joe Biden got 58% of the vote, Jake, right? You don't have to go back too far in history. It was just in 2012. Mitt Romney won this county. 4 years before that, John McCain won this county. This is the change in the American suburbs, right? Georgia was a red state then. But look at Romney's number. The Republican share in 2012 in this suburban area is 54%, right? That's what we're looking at tonight. How does Donald Trump fare in the suburbs, right? It goes down to 45% under Trump in 2016. He still won Georgia then at 45%. But then you come to 2020, and Trump's share drops to 40%. You cannot win in a competitive state if you are getting trounced like that in the suburbs. So can Trump get that number back up to 42, 43, 44? If he can, he's in play. If he can't, then this is the tug of war of the state. As long as Harris gets out her base, there's a flip side responsibility for her. But this, we talked a bit earlier about this. This to me, Georgia and North Carolina, demographically, they are just evenly split. They're tug of war. So we're going to see, and it does. It's cliche. It does come down to turnout.
So, can you take me to Florida?
Sure. We got to come back to 2024. You want to see results? Okay.
I think we have 1 million votes in from Florida about. Look, oh no, not 1 million. What do we have?
194,000.
194,000.
Yeah, you are. You're over 1 million.
Over 1 million votes. So this is obviously a state that we do expect ultimately is inclined to go red. Although the polls are still open there, we should know. Is there anything we can divine from where the vote has come in, because it's more than 1 million votes have come in, and Donald Trump with a 224,000 plus lead right now.
The number one thing I would define is we have another example, this time in a very large and very complicated state, that people have learned the lessons, built on the lessons of 2020, and that they're counting early votes and getting early votes out fast. And so that's a good thing for democracy, right?
So are these all early
red
votes?
state or blue state? I assume they are. David Chelling can correct me if I'm not. Some of it could be a modest number of election day votes. But normally when you see a big batch of votes come in like that, it's early votes. So correct me if I'm wrong. So what can you glean from this? So you just want to look at big population centers. Duval County, this is one of the swing counties. Although Florida used to be a very competitive state. You would say, who's winning Duval County? Right. If you want to say who's winning the governor's race or who's winning Bush versus Gore, you go to Duval County. It's not so much as a competitive state anymore, but it is a competitive county, as you see right there, 50 to 49. So you go back in time and you look, it was 51-48, right? So you could argue, we need to get the final results. You could argue, if you want, Donald Trump's a little bit more competitive this time. If that result holds, we'll see how that plays out, right? This is his home state now, but we'll see. But it's early to look at that. But that's one of the things you look at. The other thing you'll look at is, we don't really have it yet, is here, the I-4 corridor, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Orlando, over to the beach, and you see it. And then, the Democrats, again, I don't have no expectation the Democrats are going to win Florida. But again, you will see, are Democrats turning out? Right, are Democrats turning out? There's some, there's been a lot of reporting about this. Harris lose a little tiny bit of the Jewish vote because of the Israel, unhappiness over Israel-Gaza and how she has talked about that in the White House. You'll see a little bit of that down here. It's more important when you get to suburban Philadelphia and out in the Detroit area as well, around Metro. So you might get some clues out of Florida. My expectation is that Florida will stay that color, but we'll keep an eye on it. Sometimes you get surprised.
Right, and one of the other things that's interesting about trying to divine a national view of based on Florida, which is that, as I recall, Governor DeSantis, who's a very conservative Republican governor, I think he won Miami-Dade when he ran for re-election. Is that not right?
We can go. I think we can look.
Do you have the governor's? I'm sorry, I shouldn't be.
No, it's all right if you want to look. There we go.
Yeah,
so that's the Rubio race. We got to come to governor. Yes, he won. He won Broward.
He won. No, Chris won Broward.
Chris won Broward. Sorry, DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
Yes.
And it was suggested that he also maybe did better than traditionally Republicans had done with the Hispanic vote, which is obviously significant. And that's one of the areas that people wonder about the vulnerabilities that Harris might have in the election.
Absolutely. Although I would say in Florida you have the most complicated, diverse Hispanic vote than any state in America. It's just much more diverse than in other places, which what makes it more complicated and fascinating. But it has become, you're absolutely right that it has become, especially down here, more Republican. In other states, it was Obama won 2/3 of the Hispanic vote, and now it's become more of a fight in some of the other battlegrounds. But here, this is why one of the reasons Florida has become reliably red is because of the Republican success there. I would also argue it's because of weak Democratic candidates, but we'll save that conversation for another day because this is what we're worried about tonight.
Indeed, indeed. David Chelling has more exit polling from north of Florida in Georgia, the battleground that we're watching right now. David, how is the vote splitting among key groups of Georgia voters?
Yeah, now that the polls have closed, Jake, we can look at some of those key demographics. So let's take a look at the African-American vote in Georgia. It's making up 30% of the electorate, according to these early exit polls. Harris obviously winning it big, 86% to 12%. But I want to note here, that 86% number, 4 years ago, Joe Biden had 88%, a tick higher of support of the African-American vote. And Trump's 12%, he is a tick higher than he was 4 years ago when that was 11%. But it's roughly the same with the black vote, what we saw here. Look at younger voters under the age of 30. Harris is winning them. They make up 18% of the electorate. Harris is winning them 60% to 39%. She is doing better with young voters in Georgia than Joe Biden was doing against Trump 4 years ago. Trump got 43% of the youth vote in Georgia 4 years ago. He's down to 39% now. So that'll be something to watch. And then non-college white voters. This is obviously Trump's base. 32%, roughly a third of the Georgia electorate are white, non-college educated voters. Trump's winning 81% of them. That is a bit better than he was doing 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it was 35% of the electorate. So as a share of the overall electorate, it's come down. Harris is winning 18% of them, a tick under where Biden was 4 years ago. This will be the story of these exit polls in Georgia. Independent voters. They make up 31% of the electorate. That is a slightly larger share than what they made up 4 years ago. Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results. 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia.
Don't get your
Wow,
hopes up,
David
Trump.
Chalian. And Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing, it's wild.
It's a huge swing. And I just want to underscore what David said. It is a bigger percentage of the vote share. Last time around, it was 28% independents. I made up 28% of the Georgia vote, and now it is 30%. And, I was right, 31%. And it is a total flip. It's a complete flip. Donald Trump is doing so much better with independents than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden kind of ran away with independents 4 years ago, and of course he won the state.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why. What the reason is that there would be this dramatic flip of double digits in independents, and I am something you don't often hear in election coverage. It's something of a loss as to how you explain that independents would have gone so much more for Trump this time than they did for Biden last time.
Audie, hang on. We're going to go over to Jake for a projection.
And we can bring you another CNN projection. CNN projects that Indiana will go to Donald Trump. Indiana, with its 11 electoral votes, will go to Donald Trump. Let's look at the electoral map now to see where the candidates stack up. Remember, 270 needed to win. Donald Trump has 19 electoral
Blue
votes.
states are
Kamala
more
Harris has
populated.
3 electoral
It takes longer
votes.
to count.
They both still have a lot of
Joe's winning at the beginning
lot
of
of
the
electoral
night.
votes to get up to 270. Let's do a key race alert for you now. In Florida, Donald Trump is in the lead with 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 138,912 vote lead. I'm sorry, that just went up, a 224,914 vote lead. The votes are coming in as I do this. That's with more than a third, 35% of the estimated vote in from Florida, with its big fat packet of 30 electoral votes. The Commonwealth of Virginia, slightly more competitive. Donald Trump in the lead right now with 58.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 40.6% of the vote. That's only with a handful of votes in as of right now, about 1,500 votes. As we stand by for results from the crucial state of Georgia, we are counting down to the end of voting in the battleground state of North Carolina. This historic election night is just getting started. Stay with us.
All right. That looks like it might be a good show, huh? That advertise what they're somebody somewhere that has caught my attention. I might try and check it out. Oh, there's Santa Claus. All right. Well, I just warned Trump, and this is Trump's scam. Okay. This is his third round now, right? This is his third election now. So he's fine-tuning his method every election, I guess. I don't know. He gets, every Republican traditionally gets more votes at the beginning of the night. It's standard procedure because the Republicans attract votes from rural areas, okay? And rural areas, what does that mean? It's rural. It's not a city. It's not highly populated. It's the country, the hicks. And in the country, people, I'm not trying to diss any, I love the country, but people in the country, they typically, I'm not saying everybody, they typically are not as well educated, and obviously male, uneducated, non-college graduates who are men, white men, are Trump's base, and they're not as well educated. Okay, let's just be honest. When you live in the country, you have limited experiences. Typically, because it's sparsely populated, minority populations who are disadvantaged typically live in cities because cities have more services and have more opportunity, and there's more jobs in cities. There's just more opportunity in general. There's more assistance you know if you don't make enough money and it's hard to get by, you have more services in cities. In the country, you're on your own. And usually people who live in the country, now I'm not saying everybody, in every state it's different. There are very poor populations who live in the country in certain areas, and some of them are white populations and some of them are African American or other minorities. But minorities typically gravitate to the cities for more opportunity. And I'm saying disadvantaged minorities, and that's pretty damn smart if you ask me. I see that a lot of disadvantaged white folk, rednecks, I don't know what you want to call them. I'm not trying to be judgmental. They typically stay in the country. They don't go to the city because all they know is the country. All they know is what they grew up in and were born into. And, this is, Junior the fifth, living in rural Alabama or something. You know what I mean? I just noticed that, minorities, they tend to go where the opportunity is. And I think that's very advanced myself. I don't think, I don't know why there's a lot of white people who live in rural America. I don't know why that is. Okay, there's an alert here, a race alert. Okay, slightly ahead in Georgia. Oh, okay. Ooh, I should turn on the volume for that, right? Let's turn it up. I'm trying to get over there.
Florida, Donald Trump in the lead. His new home state, 53.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 45.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a healthy 438,912 vote lead. That's with half of the vote in, 50% of the estimated vote. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there with 58.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 40.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 2,871 vote lead. Still a lot of votes to come in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the presidential race at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. That's just minutes from now. 37 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House are at stake. When voting ends in North Carolina and Ohio and West Virginia, North Carolina is one of the 7 crucial presidential battlegrounds tonight, as it's changing demographics more competitive Democrats than in some past elections. Kamala Harris is in a heated battle right now with Donald Trump in North Carolina after he won that state in both of his previous presidential campaigns, narrowly.
I don't think there is
Abby Phillip has some new information from the Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University.
Maybe
Abby,
I'm
tell
wrong.
us more.
Yeah, Jake, as you noted, Donald Trump won North Carolina the last time around, but by the slimmest margin of the states that he did win. So the Harris campaign, they are looking at that state as very much in play. What I've heard from the campaign tonight is that they are seeing in some rural counties lower than expected votes. Those counties are expected to go for Donald Trump, so they see that as a positive sign. And then on the other hand, when they look at where their voters might be, it's in places like the Raleigh-Durham area where you're going to have a larger proportion of those voters educated, a lot of people moving into the state, into those communities. You're going to have more diversity in those communities. And I'm told that the Durham turnout today gave them some optimism and hope as they go into this poll closing deadline in just a couple of minutes. So the campaign has been talking about all these battleground states having a plausible path to victory. They see North Carolina still very much in play, Jake.
All right, Abby, thanks so much. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the Trump headquarters. Caitlin, what is the Trump campaign looking at right now?
Most
Well, Jake, obviously, when it comes to North Carolina, something that they're hoping will be a gut check for them tonight. One thing that they're looking at, remember, this is a state that they thought Donald Trump was well on his way to winning when President Biden was still in the race. Of course, once he dropped out, it seemed like it was more in play. One thing that I'm told aides are keeping an eye on tonight is whether or not the governor's race has an effect on what the ultimate numbers there look like in the presidential race. Obviously, the Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson, who is the Republican gubernatorial candidate, has faced scandal after CNN reported on his past comments. That is something they will be watching closely tonight, as Josh Stein, the Democrat, is expected to do well. We'll see what the ultimate race looks like there. And Jake, I should note, as they are keeping a close eye on these early gut checks, hopefully they believe in Georgia and North Carolina, Donald Trump is also still making calls to get voters out in Pennsylvania tonight. I was told that he was just on the phone calling into radio stations inside Pennsylvania, urging people to get out and make sure they get to the polls and vote. And Jake.com says some of his top surrogates are also posting online, urging people to get out and vote. Stephen Miller himself urging men to get out and vote, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump headquarters. David Chalian has some exit polls coming in from North Carolina now. David, what issues seem to be driving voters in the Tar Heel state?
Yeah, Jake, let me just explain to you that first we're going to look at how people feel about the way things are going in the U.S., in North Carolina, what North Carolina voters are saying. 6% enthusiastic, 21% satisfied. The plurality, 43% of North Carolina voters tell us they are dissatisfied with the way things are going in the U.S., 27% angry. I just want to say those bottom two, 7 in 10 voters that are dissatisfied or angry, obviously, if you're the Trump campaign, you think there's a lot of opportunity there for you. But the Harris campaign sees opportunity there, too. They want to get at least a chunk of those dissatisfied and angry voters who are dissatisfied and angry with Trump's dominance in our politics. So that'll be something to watch later in the evening. We also are looking here at the most important issue. Economy actually ranks top, not like it is nationally, but like we saw in Georgia, though a tick down from that. 36% say the economy is the most important issue in North Carolina. Democracy is right up there, Jake, at 32%. Well down then is abortion and immigration in the teens. We also asked about hurricane aid here. Is federal hurricane aid getting to the people who need it? You see it's roughly split here, but 49% say yes, federal hurricane aid getting to where it needs to go. 46% say no. And then Joe Biden's approval rating, it's 1 point higher here in North Carolina than it is in Georgia or nationally. 42% approve, 56% disapprove. Again, the Harris campaign would like to make sure they get some of those Biden disapprovers into their fold, but that kind of approval on Biden is what is giving the Trump campaign hope in a place like North Carolina. Jake?
Interesting. All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And let's talk about this. And Dana, I mean, again, some headwinds for Kamala Harris here in these exit polls. First of all, 70% of North Carolinians of Tar Heels are either dissatisfied or angry with the state of things. The economy is the number one issue. That's terrain that where Trump traditionally polls better. And then a bad job approval rating for Joe Biden, her boss.
Yeah, it is true about the 70 or 71% of people who are dissatisfied and angry. But I think, unlike what Chris said before, saying that means that it's a very good sign for Donald Trump. I think that what you are maybe not calculating and what David with Anderson are not calculating is that there are a lot of women and men who are dissatisfied with the fact that women don't have the ability to control their reproductive rights in America.
And that doesn't have anything to do with Biden.
It's baked in. I mean, the right track, wrong track, we've known for some period of time. And the fact is the race, despite the fact that people are very unhappy for whatever reason with the way the country is going, is still supposedly as tight as can be. So Kamala Harris is clearly going to be able to overcome that. Incidentally, may I just, in the last segment, I said, I don't know why the independents are so heavily for Trump in Georgia. Fortunately, we have a very smart Republican pollster listening and who wrote to me and said, it's the same problem that democracies, incumbents and democracies around the country are facing right now, around the world rather. Inflation, they don't like the way things are going. They want somebody to fix it. And that's Donald Trump's basic pitch at the end. which is things are
He's the one
it's
that
broken.
caused
I'm going to
it.
fix
You
it.
understand?
I don't want to drop the ball on what
Caused
Dana said,
it.
though, about what people mean when they are dissatisfied. It's the same thing about what they mean by democracy or being independent. It's not entirely clear until we're closer to the final tallies.
No, absolutely. But the battleground states are Aaron Burnett's beats tonight. Aaron?
They are, and of course, we're just moments away from polls closing in a lot of these states in these final crucial minutes, really, in North Carolina, crucial minutes. Brianna, where you are in Charlotte, the people still have to vote, and we're starting to see some of these exit polls, concerns about the economy, the dissatisfaction that people have. What have voters been telling you?
They've been telling us, Aaron, that everything matters. We're here in Mecklenburg County, which is going to be closely watched. It voted 66% for Joe Biden in 2020, and this is going to be very important to see the result here, to see how Harris performs compared to how Joe Biden did in 2020. I'm joined now by a voter, Brian Flores. You just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
Was she seriously going to break up with you?
No, I made that up. She didn't say that, but it's funny to say that.
So she asked you to vote for Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home.
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed. But here's the thing. How long did it most people have been saying it's taken them 5 or 10 minutes. Tell us how long it took you to vote.
So I got off of work at 4:30, drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much. Aaron, back to you.
Well, that's devotion. That's devotion. 2 hours to fix the address and to stay there and to vote.
Indeed.
I mean, all right, John, but those are the stories of the Harris campaign.
You know what?
More stories like that.
That's a vote today that was not going to be there yesterday or the day before, which in a competitive race, it starts with one, and that's how you build, right? So what do we have so far as we look at the map? Let's come out to the big picture first and show you. Sorry, I was just peeking in there. It's early. That's the big headline here. Look at a lot of that gray as we go from east to west. We have a lot to count still tonight. But we have some interesting things happening. Let's start in battleground Georgia, the one battleground state where we do have some results right now. And you have a very narrow lead for Donald Trump. Well, that's, I guess, better than that. Lead for Donald Trump, 54,000 votes now. I say narrow and it grows. That's what happens on live television. You see that right there. But this is very, very early in the race. We have 7% estimated reporting. So you're looking at the map. You see the red filling in the small rural counties. That is the bedrock of the Donald Trump movement. He wins big in rural America. The challenge for Harris is to run it up here. We have nothing from Fulton County. Saw Victor Blackwell earlier tonight in Gwinnett County, very early on. You have a little more 1,000, 1,100 votes there if you add that up. So we have a long way to go. Just for comparison purposes, Joe Biden gets 58. So can the vice president keep it there at 59 as we move through the night? Again, that's an incredible early rationale there. But that's what you're looking at, right? Are you at least matching the coalition of the last guy to win the state? And that would be Joe Biden 4 years ago. And if you're not, if you're losing in some areas, can you make it up somewhere else? So that's where we look at Georgia right now. All it tells us we have a very competitive race. Virginia used to be a battleground state. It's reliably blue now, but it will give us some pretty important clues tonight. It will. Because if you look through right here, only 2% of the vote in. Again, you see, 45,000 to 43,000. This is a state that's going to be around 4 million votes, maybe even higher than that by the end of the night. So this is very, very early on. It's 2% of the vote. But you look at the map and you say, are there any surprises here? This would be a surprise. Prince William County in the suburbs. You see, D.C. is right here. Very blue suburbs here. Fairfax County, go back 20 years, Republican leaning. Now you come out here to Prince William County. Again, it's only 5% of the vote. Trump up by 6 points there. Just go back and take a peek. This was blue, and it was decidedly blue. So it's very early. That vote total could be one precinct, could be one Republican area. Just a thing we keep an eye on. You mark it early on. Right now, that's where Biden did very well. At the moment, Trump, if Trump can improve in the suburbs and the exurbs, that's his path back to the White House. It's early on, but that's the thing you look at as this plays in. What else are we looking for here? This is Chesterfield County. Richmond, Virginia is the capital. Suburbs beneath it to the south, suburbs around it to the north. Only 6% of the vote in. Harris getting 51%. Again, your test is match it up to Biden. He had 52. She wants to stay where his number is. You say, oh, it's a point or so. A point or so can matter. Maybe not in Virginia. She may still win the state. But if she's underperforming Biden in the suburbs, that would be a warning sign. This is way too early to say that's the case. I pointed out just that these are the markers we're going to go through as we go through the night, as we look it out. When it comes to Virginia, here's my test here. Again, this is 2%. Those numbers, forget about them. We're going to get a long way to go there. Here's the number you want to look at. This was a 10-point race. 10-point race 4 years ago, right? It was not a 10-point race in 2016, right? It was still blue in both races. That's Obama. Sorry, I went all the way back to Obama there. Let's come to 2016. Run the clock. There we go. Oh, that's not going to work for me. There we go. It was a 6-point race there. That matters. That matters. Virginia might still stay blue. The question is Donald Trump tighter in the blue states? Because that means he'll be better in the battleground states. And, Jake, that's what you watch. Counties come in, you take a look, you try to learn some lessons.
All right, and we're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Harris-Trump presidential race just moments from now. That's when voting ends in the battleground state of North Carolina, as well as in Ohio and West Virginia. A total of 37 electoral votes are up for grabs right now. And CNN can make a projection that Donald Trump will win the state of West Virginia. West Virginia and its 4 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. Too early to call. Too early to make a projection in battleground North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes, or in Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the electoral map at this hour now that we've called a state for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has 23 electoral votes in the lead of Kamala Harris, who has 3 electoral votes. 270 electoral votes are needed to win the race. Both are far from that. Let's bring you a key race alert now in the battleground state of Georgia. Donald Trump in the lead with 58.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 41.4% of the vote. Donald Trump, 69,586 votes ahead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote in the state of Georgia. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there with 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 948 vote lead. Only 2% of the vote has come in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. We have 2 more states to show you now. Florida, Donald Trump in the lead there with 53.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 45.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 586,779 vote lead. That's with most of the vote in, a majority of the vote, 64% of the vote in the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 5,513 vote lead. That's with only an estimated 4% of the vote. John King at the Magic Wall. What do you look at?
Actually, I guess just wandering through the counties, Jake, where votes come in, especially in the battleground states. This is Georgia right now. As you noted, 69,000, almost a 70,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. But it's a very important but.
When she runs in,
8% reporting. 8% reporting. A long way to go in the count in Georgia. In fact, you just take a look. 240,000. Donald Trump in the lead right now. Joe Biden had 2.47 million when he won the state 4 years ago. So we have a long way to go in the count in battleground Georgia. But you're just looking for clues and hints to see, is this going to be, every race is different, right? You always compare Trump to Trump 24 to Trump 20 to Trump 16. Can Harris match Biden? Will black turnout rival Obama? These are the questions you have coming into the election. And then you actually get results. And it'll be the Harris coalition versus this year's Trump coalition. And we watch it play out. So one thing you look at, you see Cobb County is red. Well, if that's the case at midnight and 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., that would be a big deal. Let's not overinvest. 277 to 186. So you've got fewer than 500 votes, as you can see. We have a long way to go in Cobb County. So sometimes you get an early precinct or early batch of votes, and it draws your eye. If that stays that way, that would be a big deal. But if you go back to 2020 and look, this is the key to Democratic victory in Georgia, right here, Atlanta and the suburbs. So you come off that and come back to 2024 and see where we are. Not much of it in yet, right? So let's just take a peek around it and look. Fayette County, you're more to the south there. 60% for Harris, about 37% of the vote in, so they're getting some votes in there pretty quick. A ways to go, but let's just match it up. Harris gets 60%. Let's see how President Biden did there when he had a narrow victory, right? President Biden lost that county at 46%. So that would be, if it stays that way, a net plus for Harris. You're trying to flip counties. Anytime you flip counties, you're helping your math. So let's come back to 2024. Again, let's watch and see if that holds. Let's come back in and come over here, and you come down here to Rockdale County. Again, here's Atlanta, right? So you're moving out, suburbs into exurban areas. Here you're out here, 76%. They're counting fast there. They say they're at 74%. Sometimes that changes a little bit, but that's what their estimated reporting is. She's at 76% if you round up. you come back, Joe Biden was at 70%. So if you look at those counties, and you're in the Harris headquarters, that's what you're matching up. Are we meeting our targets, or are we exceeding the Biden coalition? Still some votes to be counted there, but that's an encouraging number for the vice president when you compare it to 2020. So let's come back out and take another look. And you come up here, Victor Blackwell is here, keeping an eye on Gwinnett for us. It is a larger, more populous suburb to the northeast of Atlanta. Again, 15, 20 years ago, it was Republican. Mitt Romney carried this in 2012. The vice president at 57 right now. It's almost more important to look at his numbers sometimes. Can Donald Trump improve his standing in the suburbs? He doesn't have to win. He just has to improve his standing in the suburbs. If you can make that a 46, that makes you more competitive. So 43 right now in Gwinnett County 2024. But look at again, 812 votes. Harris is in the lead. By the time we're done, you're going to be in the 200,000s, right? So we have a very, very, very long way to go. Trump at 40% there 4 years ago. Trump running 43% right now. But again, you got to look at the early count. We don't even have a percentage there because it's such a small number of votes. But that's what you're doing early on. You're just looking, placing some markers to try to do the comparison as you go back and forth. And Jake, I just want to pull out quickly to the map and look at it here. Everything else is filling in as expected. The question is to look at some lessons. In North Carolina, we do have some first votes in, and it is blue at the moment. An 1,800 vote, 1,820 vote lead. There you go. It just moved again. More votes came in. 8,732 vote lead for the vice president. But again,
South Carolina,
17,782 votes. It might change even as I speak. This is to just show you how early we are in the count. It takes 2.7 or more to win North Carolina in a high turnout election. So we're very early in the count, but North Carolina and Georgia, critical battlegrounds. If Donald Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, the vice president cannot win this race if she loses Pennsylvania. If he takes those two off the board, North Carolina and Georgia, she must win Pennsylvania. So as these counts come in these battleground states, we're starting to get into the point where we can start doing some electoral college chess. North Carolina and Georgia are critical. If Harris loses them, her path becomes incredibly narrow. If she can win one of them, she has more options.
All right, now to Boris Sanchez, who was our first projection of the night in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris.
Jake, a major projection to bring you. In their quest to take control of the U.S. Senate, Republicans have their first expected pickup, and it comes from West Virginia. A former two-term governor, Jim Justice, the Republican in this race, is projected to defeat the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia, Glenn Elliott. Justice, a former Democrat, now expected to take control of the seat held by retiring Democrat-turned-independent Senator Joe Manchin as he now retires. Kind of gives you an idea of where West Virginia is headed politically, so this is no surprise, but it is significant for the math. Justice, a MAGA acolyte known for taking his 4-year-old English bulldog everywhere with him, it appears that Baby Dog and Justice are now headed to the U.S. Senate. So what does this mean for the magic number? Republicans started out the night needing control of 2 Democratic seats to take the upper chamber. Now that number is down to 1, and they are currently leading in one race where Democrats hold a seat. Let's get you some key race alerts now and show you exactly where that is on the map. We start with Ohio, still very early there, but Colombian-born businessman Bernie Moreno is leading Democratic incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown, seeking his 4th term, only by about 16,000 votes. Still very early, though, 3% of the vote in the state of Ohio. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at the map, you're looking for opportunities to pick up a Republican seat. One of their best opportunities in the Sunshine State of Florida. Rick Scott got elected by winning only about a 10,000 vote margin over his previous opponent back in 2018. Right now, he's 715,000 votes ahead of former Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Mercosur-Powell. Still a lot of votes to count, but this is with 60% of the vote in the state of Florida. So stepping back, looking at the raw numbers, what does this mean for the balance of power in the U.S. Senate? Democrats hold 28 seats, Republicans 40, with that one important pickup in West Virginia. 32 seats remain up for grabs, Jake. You need 51 for control of the chamber.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let me bring you a CNN key race alert right now. In North Carolina, Kamala Harris is in the lead with 68% of the vote. Donald Trump has 30.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris, as of this hour, has a 41,599 vote lead. That's with only an estimated 2% of the vote
only
in
2%.
from the big battleground of North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 60.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 38.9% of the vote.
9%.
Donald Trump, as of this hour, with a 109,841 vote lead. That's with an estimated 9% of the vote in from that key battleground state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris has 59.7% of the vote. Donald Trump, 38.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 105,065 vote lead. That's with an estimated 11%
No, I don't know if I
of
can
the
watch
vote in
all
from the
this
Commonwealth
whole
of
evening.
Virginia with its
I'm
13
nervous.
electoral votes. We expect more votes to come in from key battlegrounds at any time, and we're going to soon get the first results from a third high-stakes presidential battleground, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Voting ends in the Commonwealth just a few minutes from now. We're going to talk to you on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
Okay.
Don't let John
All right. Dean? Dean! I don't know what happened to Dean. He's supposed to walk the dogs for me because I don't want to like take myself away and have you just like not have anything on your screen. Dean? Okay. I think he's getting his shoes on. All right, Lily, don't worry. Yeah, it's like, what time is it? It is. I keep looking at this clock, but that's not the right clock. It's 7:40. Yeah, it's time to walk the babies. Yeah, she's a good girl. And good boy. Dean doesn't know to walk. He doesn't automatically think to walk them. I have to. I'm the main dog walker around here. I'm the main caregiver for all the animals. I have to remind him. Oh, so look at this. Look at this. I know it's backwards, but that's how the magic wall looks like right now. So it looks like, but it's too early. North Carolina, Virginia are blue, light blue right now. And of course, Vermont, they've called Vermont. New Hampshire looks baby blue as well. And Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina look pink, and Ohio looks pink. They've already called Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia for Trump. You know, this is the hardest part of the night for me at the beginning when Trump wins everything, right? And this is his scam. You know, he knows, everyone knows. I mean, unless you're not informed. And it seems like a lot of Trumpers don't care to be informed. It just really seems that way to me, you know. At the beginning of the night, it's always Republican and everything's always red because it's the lower population areas that always go for the Republicans because they're not as sophisticated, I'm sorry to say, as people in the cities. And when you're in an urban environment, you have to maneuver around other people all the time.
Live on a damn farm.
Right.
And you feel like
Dean, she needs to walk. They need to walk. All right. Put your, okay, she's a good girl, Liddy. He's getting ready for you. Put on your shoes and walk them. All right. So thank you, Dean. I appreciate it. And Lily appreciates it. And Mikey too. Yeah. You know, when you don't, in a city, it's, you know, you have to deal with a lot of different people in the city, no matter what race you are, whether you're white, black, purple, whatever. And so you know, you have to adapt, you have to pivot, you know, and as the result, you know, you get to know all kinds of different people, and which is like a form of education. You know, you don't have to go to school. It's like life. It's life education. When you're secluded in the country, you don't interact with very many different kinds of people because a lot of people, especially minorities, don't end up in the country all the time because it's too expensive for them. And, you know, they gravitate to the cities because there's more opportunity, as I've explained. And more jobs, more services, everything. And I was explaining that that's pretty smart. If you ask me, I don't know why all these white people stay in the country all angry at everything in our country. And, they're the ones, it doesn't seem as advanced to me to not go where the opportunity is, because there's a lot of very poor white people who are ignorant, in my opinion, and those are Trump supporters, and they vote Republican a lot. Now, I'm not saying everybody. My family was a Republican family. Obviously, George W. Bush is my cousin, and my parents always voted Republican. But I believe I heard that my mother, when she remarried, changed her mind about Republicans and saw that Democrats did a little more for her as a senior citizen, and she switched to the other side as she got older. That's what I heard. I mean, it's a miracle. I mean, she really thought that the only people who knew anything were Republican. She always loved the conservative way. And even though she voted Democrat for her, because they helped her more, she was still a conservative kind of person. I'm sure till the day she died. Thank you, Dean.
Yep.
All right. Lily, Mikey, Daddy's going to walk you. Come on, let's go for a walk. Come on. Watch out, Whiskey.
Go in the kitchen now.
Okay, come on. Come on, Whiskey. It's okay. Come on, Mikey. Come on, Mikey. Come on. It's okay, Mikey. All right, Whiskey. Oh, Whiskey, get out of the way, okay? All right, Mikey, go ahead. Come on, Mikey. Come on. I've got the kitty. He gets scared of the cats. Mikey, it's okay. Go ahead. I got the kitty. All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to put anybody down. I just get really angry at all these people who don't really understand, who don't care to understand the plight of all people, who just care about themselves. And, and that's the way Trump is. I mean, he grew up in New York City, though, the most populated city in existence. And, New York City hates him, by the way. I mean, his own hometown. They're so disgusted by him, like I am. He's not at all liked in his hometown, and that's why he's in Florida, probably. Well, there's probably some legal reason for him to be in Florida, to protect himself legally somehow, kind of like O.J. Simpson moved to Florida. Yeah. But he's still in trouble. It doesn't matter where he goes. He's still in trouble, isn't he? But yeah, I guess I get really annoyed at people who think they know something they don't, who are judgmental, have limited experience in life and with people, and they just judge people from their limited perspective. And I get annoyed by that. And, I know that when you don't have a certain life experience, that's less information for you to operate on. And I do understand, there was a time, I grew up in an affluent kind of environment, and there was a time when, there was always diversity around me, though, to some extent. I wasn't completely sheltered ever, but I was on the more sheltered side of things for a while, until I grew up and left and moved to the city. And, so I understand having limited information and thinking that you have the superior information. You don't need to have the information you're missing. You don't need, because the information you have is superior to the information you think that is missing. It's like it's information you don't need, that you have the superior I know what that's like. I've been there, and because I grew up I grew up in different towns. We moved around a lot, but we always were in pretty affluent areas. And in Princeton, I lived in Princeton, New Jersey the longest, and I was in the middle of 5th grade. I guess that means I was like 11 years old. I had just turned 11 when we moved to Princeton, New Jersey. So I lived there from 11 years old until I left for New York City, left home for New York City at age 18. And, so those were my teenage years, even before my teenage years. And that was, where, that was the longest that was the place I lived the longest growing up. It was in the New York metropolitan area. So I was always, going into the city. And, prior to that, in my childhood, I moved to Old Greenwich, Connecticut in the middle of first grade. This is what my parents did. They always interrupted my grade in school. Half of the grade I spent in one town, and then the other half I spent in the new town. I was always the new kid in town, just like, the song I co-wrote, New Kid in Town by the Eagles. And, I use that to my advantage. It's nice to start again. And I was always starting again and again. But then in Princeton, I stayed there till I left as an adult. And Princeton had more diversity than most of the towns I lived because it had Princeton University. Princeton is it's like the number one Ivy League at this point. It's up there with Harvard and Yale, but it's number one now. Harvard and Yale are like 2 and 3. Princeton's number one. It's a beautiful, gorgeous place. A lot of beautiful architecture, a lot of history. The American Revolution. There was the Battle of Princeton or something like that, right? And there's all that history there. And it was really nice to grow up there. I really like having that in my background. But yeah, I grew up in an environment, even though it had some diversity and was progressive in a lot of ways, politically and socially. I grew up, with a certain arrogance. And the people who have never left that kind of environment where I come from, they don't even realize how arrogant they are. They just kind of think that, I think of my classmates, and I don't mean them any offense, but they're just there's a superficiality that's annoying amongst them. All of them are very highly educated. All of them went to Harvard, Yale, Princeton, the Ivy League. I was like one of the few that didn't. I thought I was the only one who didn't graduate. I had to get my GED later on. I got my GED, actually. I didn't get it later on. I got it my senior year of high school. My class in high school, I was the class of 1984. Before they ever graduated, I already had I did my GED and I went to college my senior year, community college, and got straight D's like I did because I didn't go to class, just like I did in high school. But I still got into Columbia University because they gave me an IQ test, and they were a little shocked at how high my IQ was. And that's a true story. I didn't even have to take the SATs or anything, and I was admitted on probation, and I made the dean's list. I had 2 semesters. They were going to keep me on probation until I proved myself. I had to get a grade of C or better. I made the dean's list both semesters, and they took me off probation, and then I left because I didn't like the name, the School of General Studies. I started college there when I was 21. And if you don't go straight from high school into Columbia College, you have to go to the School of General Studies, which was formed, I don't know, in the 1800s or something, for adult people who are not straight out of high school. And I think it's such a horrible choice of a name, because it's not we got the same exact education. We might have gotten some extra classes to help us transition back into school after being in real life, working a job or whatever. but other than that, we were in the same classrooms with Columbia College, Barnard College, School of Engineering. I mean, each of those schools had, specific classes for certain majors and stuff that but yeah, I mean, if we majored in we at the School of General Studies, we could major in anything, and we'd have to take classes wherever those majors were, and we went to the same classes. Everything was the same, as it's one university and everybody goes to the same classes. The School of Engineering, if you're an engineering student, you're going to go to that college, and they take students at any. I found out that the School of Engineering does not discriminate against older students. You can be any age and go to the School of Engineering. You just need to, I've always been behind in my math. I never was, I never got all my math in, unlike my classmates. So, I'd have a lot of years to go if I was going to major in some kind of science. I've always been very, I've been writing my whole life, and I'm really good at coding and computer science, even though my math is not advanced. But, as a kid, I studied advanced math, the elementary math that I struggle with. And yeah, you have to, in college, you have to get through the elementary stuff to get to the advanced stuff. But they just skipped me over that when I was a child. So, and so this is why I've never gotten to that level in college, because, I never studied that as a kid. I just went to the advanced stuff. I know I'm getting off on my tangent, and I know I'm a lot like Trump. I look at Trump and, I'm a lot like him. I hope you don't think I'm not. I'm like him in that way. I go off on my tangents, and I don't know. People say that that's really like abnormal somehow. But I feel like I really have purpose when I go off on my tangents. I don't know. I feel like it's very educational what I talk about. I don't like to be limited to a box and to a linear conversational style. I find it very stifling. I need freedom to speak what comes to me and what flows through me. Otherwise my message is limited, and I don't want to be hampered and limited. But anyway, I was just trying to explain that people from where I come from, like I don't really hang out with them at all. None of them are my friends. We are Facebook friends, but they just tolerate me. Basically, they think I'm a real obnoxious person, I guess. I'm just not like everybody else where I come from, and they just see me as some troubled person, and they judge me, and they talk behind my back, and they're polite to my face at times. Other times certain members aren't, but I'm used to it. It's okay. Like my high school reunion is coming up. It's this month. We're already in November, and I think my high school reunion, I haven't checked lately, but I think it's like the weekend after Thanksgiving. And yeah, there's no way they don't have to worry. None of you have to worry. I will not be going, as far as I know right at this point. I have no interest in going this year. This is what year are we on? We're at our is it 40th? No, it's beyond 30th, right? Okay, it's 1984, 94. See, it might be the 40th. 94 is 10. 2004 is 20. 2014 is 30. Yeah, 40th. Oh my God, it was 40 years ago that my class, I didn't graduate. I attended my own graduation in the audience. I had already moved to New York City, and my best friend, my ex-best friend, my ex-high school best friend, who's not in my life today because she was trying to steal my boyfriend, and my boyfriend was cheating on me, using her. I was his high school sweetheart and she was his high school slut. But she thought that, like a lot of women, they think, oh, because a man has sex with me, they like me more. Oh, otherwise they'd be faithful to her. No, that's not the way guys are, unfortunately, especially young 18, 17-year-olds, whatever. They're at the height of their sexuality and they just want to get it wherever they can, and they, you know, see a tangent, which makes me sad. Yeah, she convinced me to go to my own high school. She was in my high school class, and I'm sure she was trying to like humiliate me. I'm sure she was telling everyone, "Oh yeah, the high school dropout's going to attend our graduation ceremony." And I did it because she convinced me to. I didn't want to go to my own high school reunion in the audience. I didn't. But she convinced me, and we were still on good terms at that time, and I was in denial. I didn't remember or figure out or wanted to know that she had cheated with my boyfriend, on my high school sweetheart, cheated on me with her, and I'm sure it was like I was the laughing stock of my class, and, the teachers noticed and everything, it was a humiliation. But I went, and I'm glad I did, despite all the behind the back humiliation. Yeah, you know, um, but yeah, later I found out that I wasn't the only high school dropout. I went to school with a lot of people. Not everybody I went to school with was rich. I went to a school. I didn't go to and, it was the public high school, and there was, the less affluent part of town that was predominantly African American, and I went to school with them, and, um, you know, some of them, I mean, um I don't know how they went on with their education. I know most of them got their degrees. I don't know how many of them had the self-confidence and support at home to go to an Ivy League university. And of course, it's very expensive to go to an Ivy League university. In order to go to an Ivy League university when you don't have money, when your family doesn't have money, you need to, earn scholarships, and that means being the top of your class. And there was a lot of competition at Princeton High School. Like, most of my fellow classmates were children of professors at Princeton University. This is what we were up against. And, if you don't have that kind of support and structure at home, it's unlikely that you'll be the top of your class and achieve what you need to achieve to get into an Ivy League university. So, I had more in common with minorities at my high school than I did with the top achieving classmates that we went to school with. I just couldn't, I was being tortured and horribly abused at home, and I just, I didn't go to class. It was like a rebellion. I didn't have control over anything. Didn't have control over my own body. You talk about a woman not having control over her own body, uh, the R word, that I've talked about, ends with an E, has a P in there at the end. That is the epitome of having no control over your own body. And that's what I had to deal with since birth. I was used for that purpose. And, Trump is one of the people who violated me that way more than once. And Hillary Clinton, everybody who, Bill Clinton watched and he's the one that became president, I guess. Because he didn't violate me as much, but I certainly was not happy with him when I was a young woman watching him with the Monica Lewinsky thing. Oh, that disgusted me. Tangent, I know. Okay, so in high school, I don't relate to my classmates don't relate to me at all. Um, all that we have in common, and I don't really relate to them either. I mean, all that we share is that we went to the same high school at the same time. That's about it. In high school, I was a very different person. They see me today and they're like, I know for a while that some of them didn't even recognize me. I mean, I was thin in high school. I was very into my makeup. I wore, black eyeliner, you know, um, I was, I got a new wardrobe every season. I was like a little woman in high school. I was like it was like I was in my 20s or something. The way I had my whole life planned out. I was all ready to get married and have children with my high school sweetheart is what I wanted, that was the man who was supposed to be my husband. Prior to that, I had another boyfriend for a long time who treated me right. And he was really, I mean, if you want to be strict about the term high school sweetheart, he was my true high school sweetheart because he took me out and treated me like a lady. Um, so I kind of had two different ones, one after another. And it was the second one who devastated me and broke my heart. Because I kind of transferred all my feelings for the first guy that I went out with for almost a year to the next guy. And the next guy was the guy who broke my heart. And, I had broken the heart of the first one, but he was the one that dumped me because he was, his parents were Jewish and he was supposed to be the, did you have a good walk? They're back from their walk. He was supposed to be, in the Jewish faith, the woman has to be Jewish or the children are not Jewish. And so he thought I was a Gentile. I thought I was a Gentile. I didn't know that blood-wise, I was actually part Jewish. I didn't know. I didn't grow up Jewish at all. And so, he couldn't marry a Gentile because, the woman has to be Jewish for the children to be Jewish. And that was the end of that. And that's why he had dumped me. And then when I went on with my life, he became suicidal and, he was devastated. And that's why he cut me out of his life forever and can't integrate me into his life experience, even as a friend. And, because, I guess he can't. And
Claire, old war stories.
What?
Old war stories.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm just explaining my experience in Princeton, New Jersey, and explaining. Yes, I'm gonna have to feed these babies in a moment, but
Good baby.
yeah, it's when I think of Princeton, I get kind of sad. I get down. It wasn't a good experience. I made my high school experience very exciting for myself. I'm very, I was determined to have a good, an incredible high school experience, and I did. But it was a mixed bag. Obviously, if I'm being, simultaneously R, with the P in there and the ED at the end, not the best life experience in high school to be simultaneously experiencing that and trying to get in all your good experiences to have it be memorable. And, because you're in high school only once, right? anyway, my classmates, they don't really relate to me. I don't really relate to them, and they just tolerate me. And, um, that kind of makes me not really feel very good about them. Yeah.
Not alone.
I know. Dean has, well, Dean, I think that Dean's classmates really embrace him today. And yeah, maybe in high school you were considered a loner, a nerdy loner, but Dean, I think they embrace you today. Seems a lot warmer over here in Augusta, Georgia, Butler High School than Princeton High School. Anyway, yeah, I mean, if I were ever to show up to my high school reunion, I mean, they do not want me to show up. If they don't like me. They all gossip about me behind my back. They just think I'm a crazy lunatic. And, a lot of them know what happened to me. And, to protect themselves, they badmouth me. All the men know, the boys I grew up with, they were all brought to my house. They knew exactly what was being done to them and done to me. And it was done to them too, I guess. We're all victims, really. But yeah, the girls didn't know, but the boys know. And they've grown up into men. They've grown into men that are, scared, or some of them are my witnesses and they keep a legal separation from me. And I appreciate that. And then there are others who, you know, want to defend themselves because they feel like they're guilty or something. And some of them aren't even guilty of very much at all. And they weren't involved in what happened to me. They think they're worried that they are, but they're not. You would know if you are guilty. Okay. Just because you saw me, I we have reunions in Princeton, and I think of a certain individual who witnessed stuff when I got drunk at a reunion the first time. One of the few times. I didn't get drunk a lot in high school, but occasionally I did, and I was taken advantage of by a guy in high school, a couple guys that night, and who was friends with somebody who I think is a little worried that I'll somehow hold that against him. I mean, yeah, they took advantage of me. But I was at least conscious, and they didn't take too much advantage of me. I was participating, and I wanted to participate, and this person clearly doesn't understand what was done to me in high school. That's not what I'm talking about. It was far more severe what happened to me. I mean, I was used. Yes, some guys took advantage of me that evening. I'm thinking of one instance in particular. Okay. Yes. But I kind of like take responsibility for my participation in that. And yeah, and that's not what happened to me in high school. That is nothing compared to what happened to me. It's just, that's just a typical high school experience. I mean, it shouldn't be. I don't condone teenagers getting drunk, but I'm just thinking of somebody in particular who I think is, I notice he's very judgmental with me, and I haven't understood why, and it's like, I think he's worried that, all the accusations I've had. Oh, look, the map is filling in. And we're missing all this because Claire's talking about her life. Oh my gosh, look at this.
Oh, turning blue or red?
A lot of red because we're at the beginning of the night. I guess that's Maine that's coming in pink. New Hampshire's still baby blue. Is that Massachusetts that's blue? Okay, I'm going to turn it. I'm sorry I've been hogging the airwaves. It's just so nerve-wracking watching this. Okay, let's turn on what's going on. Okay. Do I have it on? Okay, I got to share it. Okay, let me share it.
I love you.
2020 Donald Trump, which is good news for the Trump campaign. Now you got to add them all up in the end. And again, the key for the Democrats is here. I just want to check back on Fulton County. Still at 53% there, 71% for the vice president.
Dean.
This one, Still no math. Cobb County, if that one stays red, Donald Trump's going to carry the state.
Gosh.
But it's still very early in the count there. You come down to Douglas County. A moment ago, I was talking about Rockdale County. This is one of the counties the Harris campaign is tracking and saying, okay, this is good news for us. Why do they say that? She's about 76% of the vote
He's at
count in.
90 right
She's
now.
at 66% when you round that up.
Because it's still
And
early.
Joe Biden was at
Still early.
62% 4 years ago. So
It
again,
just
it's
starts
relatively
out,
populous, suburban
yeah,
area,
and then
southwest,
it's
exurban area,
bigger and
southwest
bigger.
of Atlanta, and you're looking at the Biden number,
This is
and then
the
you
most
look at the Harris
frustrating
number in
part of
those
this.
counties, and you say we're doing a little better than Joe Biden did 4 years ago, and that's good for the vice president, especially if she's going to lose a little bit in other places. If she's not matching Biden in places, you want to overperform Biden in some others. So, Jake, you look at the map, it's getting interesting, but we still have a long way to go. I just take one quick peek at North Carolina, still at 9%. We'll keep counting.
All right, John, let's go to Boris Sanchez now for new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, a handful of projections to bring you right now. All of them holds for the incumbent party. Let's start with the Sunshine State of Florida. There, incumbent Senator Rick Scott, the Republican, will defeat Democratic Congresswoman, former Congresswoman Debbie Merkersell-Powell. Scott winning a second term in the Sunshine State. Meantime, in Tennessee, the first all-female Senate race in the volunteer state's history, incumbent Republican Marsha Blackburn will win her second term, defeating Gloria Johnson, a state lawmaker. Meantime, in Indiana, Congressman Jim Banks, he will defeat Democrat Valerie McCrae, a clinical psychologist. This is for the open seat left by retiring Senator Mike Braun, who's now running for governor. Let's show you some Democratic holds beginning in the Northeast with the state of Massachusetts. There you have incumbent Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren seeking her third term in office. The former presidential candidate is expected to defeat John Deaton, a best-selling author and cryptocurrency advocate. Staying in the Northeast, another projection to bring you for Democrats in the state of Connecticut. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will win his third full term in office as he defeats Matthew Corey, a bar owner / teamster who's run for statewide office now 5 times. The 5th time, not the charm for him. Murphy wins re-election in Connecticut. Meantime, a projection to bring you from Rhode Island. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse seeking his 4th term in office. He's projected to defeat Patricia Morgan, a Democratic member, or rather a Republican member of the state House. And now, in Vermont, the longest-serving independent in congressional history, Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with Democrats, is expected to win his 4th term as he defeats Gerald Malloy, a business executive. So what do all those projections mean for the magic number, the number that Republicans need to pick up in order to take control of the upper chamber? With the 1 pickup in West Virginia, they started out the night at 2, now it's at 1, and they are currently leading, still early, but they are currently leading in 0 races where Democrats hold seats. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now and get you live updates, live results as they are coming into CNN, beginning with the state of Texas. This is a welcome sign for Democrats. It is still early, but right now, Democratic Congressman Colin Allred from the Dallas area has about a 31,000 vote lead over Republican incumbent Ted Cruz, who's seeking his 3rd term in office. Of course, Democrats love to see this, but it is still early, and this could present one of the few opportunities for Democrats to pick up a Republican seat. We just got an update now. His lead up to 14,000 votes with 18% of the vote in the Lone Star State. Let's get you an update from Pennsylvania. Here, incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, seeking his 4th term in office, he's currently leading against the CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, former CEO, I should say, Dave McCormick. Casey right now with a 223,000 vote lead. Still very early, though, 6% of the vote in, and it just updated. A 222,000 vote lead now for Casey with 6% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. An update for you. One of the closest races we are expecting tonight coming from Michigan. Their Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 60,000 votes ahead of former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers. This is for the open seat left by retiring Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow. 3% of the vote in the Wolverine state of Michigan. So, looking at the balance of power for the U.S. Senate, these are the raw numbers. Democrats hold 32 seats, Republicans 42 with that one important pickup in West Virginia, but 26 seats remain up for grabs. It's an open contest right now in the U.S. Senate. You need 51 seats to control that chamber, Jake.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. We're awaiting more votes in the crucial presidential battlegrounds of Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. We're watching those very early votes from Michigan as well. We're also looking ahead to 9 p.m. Eastern when all voting is going to end in Michigan and another blue wall battleground state, Wisconsin. Voting also ends soon in the key western swing state of Arizona. More votes, more suspense when Election Night in America continues after this quick break.
All right. Well, yeah, I didn't I forgot what a torture it is to watch the beginning of election night. I forgot. I guess I mean I should know. I mean, I've gone through enough elections. I just oh, yeah, and Dean wants to get out of here. I tried to fix him a little something really quick. This was one of the delay. He blew a fuse, and I have to, our refrigerator. We have to replace the fuse. I have a fuse over here, and I got to replace it so our refrigerator gets turned back on. This is the reality here in our house. You know, Dean is always trying to do things, and there's always a problem, and I have to always fix it. I'm the fixer around here, and I take care of all the animals, and I take care of Dean. And right now, Dean really wants to get out and us to get a bite. He doesn't allow. I mean, I cook really well. I was trained as a chef when I was a child. I'm a really good chef, but he doesn't like me to cook that much. He wants to get out and eat out, and it's expensive. And I'm trying to, I want to save our money, and it's always healthier to eat at home, but he just likes to get out. Um, but let me just conclude. I'm going to end this live stream now because I'm just at the height of my frustration with the way it's going right now because we have a lot of hours ahead of us. And what I'll do is pick up maybe a little later tonight in the middle, maybe overnight or something, and late night. Um, because yeah, my husband and I need to Dean, my husband needs to get out and together with me. I've got to feed my doggies, and I got to feed the outdoor kitty. And but as I was just to conclude what I was saying before, um yeah, my classmates do not care for me, and they make me feel uncomfortable, and so I prefer to stay away from them, and I'm sure that makes them happy that I wanna stay away from them. I don't feel comfortable around them. I don't relate to them, and they don't relate to me. They do tolerate me to some extent. They are some of them, I shouldn't say all of them, like maybe half. I don't even know if it's 50%. It might be less than that. Are my Facebook friends. I have quite a few Facebook friends from high school, but Pennsylvania, yeah. So, there's no new developments right now. It's too early. So little of the vote is in, and it's a torture for me to watch this. So, yeah, I think it is good that I end it in a few moments and get a bite, and then maybe later pick up when, more of the vote is in. And so this will be like part one. I'll have to add that to the thumbnail. But yeah, my 40th high school reunion is about to happen. They've rented some big farmhouse in the country, in the outskirts of Princeton, and they're going to be partying it up there. And I'm sure they're hoping I won't show up. And I certainly don't want to show up. Um, I never I've wanted to go to my high school reunion, but it's just that my classmates are so judgmental and arrogant, and they don't understand people who haven't gotten their college degree and have a normal life. I'm just a loser according to them. So I just don't feel comfortable going to my reunion while I feel like a loser in their midst. And then when I feel like a winner, I don't even know if I'd want to go then either. You know, it's kind of sad. I mean, I was the one that stepped up to plan our 25th reunion. And nobody, everyone was a little miffed, is that the word? That I stepped in and took control out of nowhere. I didn't ask people for their opinions. I just started planning it because nobody else stepped forward. And, after that, everybody had to be so careful because, of what Claire did. I just totally took over. And then nobody responded to me and I didn't have money, I was totally broke and homeless and with nothing. And nobody was giving me money to make plans. And so I just canceled the reunion and and I thought I properly communicated, okay, if you don't want a reunion, then I'll just cancel it. And I thought I made that public, and a lot of them didn't know. And then they found out it was canceled, and they were all shocked and horrified. Oh, Claire Elliott is so horrible. She can't cancel. Like they were like, it was just they were just so shocked that I would cancel the reunion because none of you responded to me. Nobody gave me money to book everything. I can't. What do you think? I got money? Yeah, I guess you were just waiting for me. I figured you were just waiting for me to cancel it because I didn't have any money and you weren't giving me any money. So what am I supposed to do? This time around, a couple people just took over and rented a house. Made it simple. I mean, but they had the money to do that. It was like a B&B Airbnb. It was an Airbnb house. And good for them. Anyway, when some people take over and dominate, it's fine. But when Claire does, it's just horrible. That's the situation. So anyway, yes, they took over a committee of people like, oh, it's so horrible. She canceled the reunion. Can you believe that? What a crazy lunatic she is. Oh my God. So yeah, let's save the reunion. And it was the biggest turnout. It was the biggest reunion we ever had in our class because Claire canceled it. And everybody couldn't wait to show up and talk about Claire, who was in the media. That was in 2009. When I was at that bogus press conference they gave me at Los Angeles at the Superior Court in Los Angeles about the Michael Jackson's children. Oh, look at here. There's some more projections. Okay. Oh, Donald Trump has won South Carolina, Dean. Oh, it's so disgusting. And we all knew that he would, but still it's kind of annoying. Yeah, a lot of red. This is the way it goes every year. He's got 99 and she's got 27. And then she's going to catch up and hopefully surpass him. And then all the Trumpers will be like, oh, she stole the vote. She stole the vote. Let's get up in arms. Let's have World War III and another civil war. Because it's
he
all.
He wins five states and she wins 45 states.
Well, she wins the high population. This is always the case with the Democrats. Right. They win the high population areas, and those take the longest time to be counted. And so they don't come. You don't find out what the count is until the end of the night. If you're lucky, it's most likely in days.
I told you about Caroline Kennedy.
Okay, Dean,
she watched TV and they said the new president of the United States is John Kennedy. So she ran in her father's room, jumped away and said, good morning, Mr. President.
Yeah, I know. It's cute. All right, but we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about this election. I know, and I'm talking about my high school and all this shit. Okay, well, it's my live string, I guess. But yes, that is a cute little story about Caroline Kennedy. It's true. Good morning, Mr. President. That's the way JFK found out that he had won the election. So I guess that in that way it's connected to this, right?
Yeah.
We're talking elections here. I guess it's more connected.
His daughter told him he was a president.
I know. She was good morning, Mr. President. And that's how he found out he won the presidency. He won the election. Right. That is seemingly more connected to all the shit I'm talking about with my high school class and my reunion. Yeah, it's true. I'm just talking about myself. And because my reunion's coming up and I'm not going to go again. And everybody's like, yeah, she's not going to go. Oh, good. Yes. You know. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe this year it'll be different.
I think by now, everyone who went to school with you should have a life by now.
They do. And I'm not part of it. I mean, I'm just like this crazy lunatic on the
They're
outskirts.
like me, Claire. They're retired.
Yeah, actually, they're all starting to get to that. I'm 59, and my classmates are. I'm slightly older than most people in my class because my mother kept me in nursery school 2 years because I was smaller. I was a little younger than the other kids. Because of my birthday. My birthday's in October. And so that when you're born in October, you're either older or younger. And, I went to nursery school when I was younger and I wasn't used to growing up with kids. I had adults around me all the time. And the kids at school, they would pick on me. And I was smaller than the other kids. And I was more shy. Oh, look, there's another projection. Oh, it's Trump again. What state is this? Arkansas, of course. See,
Bill Clinton's home state.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he's a Democrat that will win that state, right? He did probably, right?
Yeah.
Key race alert. What is it? I don't know. Pennsylvania. Kamala is way ahead in Pennsylvania, but it's so little of the vote that's in. It's like, what is it? I can't read it. I have to go to the page to see it. It's 5. Okay, Michigan's 5%. I missed Pennsylvania, but it's so little.
He's at 40.5%.
Yeah, but it's so little of the vote that's in, Dean. Okay, I can't see everything. Why is this blinking? Okay, I wish it would stop. There it goes. Okay. All right. So, so my reunion's coming up. It's big 4-0 high school reunion. I have not yet I've never attended any one of my reunions so far, and we've been having them for years. I mean, I remember the 20th. The first one though was like the 10th, the 10-year anniversary, and then there was the 20th, and then I did the 25th, and then canceled it, and then a committee took over. A committee of people who were just so horrified by what Claire did, and then I was all over the news with that bogus press conference in August 10, 2009. TMZ, thank you for that. And so, that's all they talked about at the reunion. I didn't attend. They all attended. It was like, that was the biggest reunion we ever had because I was in the news and I canceled it. And I was just such a terrible person and people couldn't wait to attend and gossip about Claire. I was like the main topic. Oh, she's just so like crazy. What happened to her? Yeah, I wonder what happened to me. Yeah, I think a lot of the boys in my class know what happened to me. That doesn't make me crazy. It just makes me a victim of horrible corruption and abuse. All right, so projection. Oh, North Carolina. All right, Josh Stein, winner. So we got, is that the House or I don't know if that's the House or not, or is it the Senate? I can't see. Yeah, this is the hardest part of the election for me to watch. So yeah, I think for my peace of mind, we're going to take a break. And maybe later on tonight, I'll pick up where we left off when more of the vote is in, and so.
Well, like the TV station and the radio station, you say, because back in the day, the TV stations and the radio station were there at 2 o'clock. And said, good night and good morning. We're back on the air at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So that way, it gave the engineers get the television station back on frequency. Same thing with the radio tower getting back on frequency. It took us 4 hours while we were down to to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And when it came back on the air, you were back on frequency.
Yeah, North Carolina was where my father lived when he died. He died there, in North Carolina, and it's where my siblings, it's kind of complicated genetically speaking, but they're my half siblings, I guess you could say. Stepmother, different mother, but yeah, I've only met those. There are 3 siblings. I've only met the eldest and the middle one. And the eldest I met when he was a baby, and the middle one I met. So I've met the eldest twice, right? I've seen him twice. No, and the middle one time, the youngest never. Yeah. Thanks to my stepmother. And I know she would say, well, that's because, she's so horrified that I think that I haven't accused. My father was the Zodiac killer.
Claire,
She didn't know she married the
Claire.
Zodiac killer. And
Claire.
I had to tell her, okay,
Claire.
because my father didn't tell her. Hmm.
You stated the facts.
Yeah, she doesn't like the facts. I stated the facts. She doesn't like them. And, she worries about her children, the future, her whole, even before she married my father, she was protecting the money for her. I didn't get, my father didn't pay for my education because she didn't, Columbia is very expensive. I got into Columbia and he wouldn't pay for it. And she panicked. She wasn't even married to him yet. And she panicked and told me, that I asked, she said that if I reported my father's income, that I wouldn't receive any financial aid to pay for my education. And this is before she was married to him. And of course, she's thinking she's going to marry him and she wants to save all the money for her children, the future children she will have with my father when he finally proposes to her. This was years before they got married. They got married in 89. Finally, she gave him a deadline. She gave him an ultimatum, like, if you don't marry me before age 30, I'm, that's it, And he finally said, okay, all right. And they got married like 1 week before her 30th birthday. He made the deadline just barely. This is how she got her husband, my father. And, I don't know if I was, she started dating him when she was like 23 or something.
Man.
I was 17, she was 23. And, if I'm a 23-year-old woman and going, if a guy doesn't give you what you want, then you move on to another guy. I mean, that's what I did. But I think it was like one of the few guys that she could secure. I don't know. He was 41, she was 20. I don't know.
Please.
And yeah, I mean, that's not like the number one kind of guy you want to marry when you want to have a family. I mean, he already had, I was 17 turning 18. He already had 2 kids. My younger brother was like 2.5 years younger than me. We had to, we were getting to college age. And, I mean, I'm sorry, he already, we get first priority. We were born first. But no, she wanted to take away whatever money my father was going to give me to go to college and save it for her children that weren't even born yet. And every one of them have their college degrees today. And I don't have any college degree because Inez, my stepmother, insisted that my father not pay for my education. He was required by law to pay for my education. Up until, until when you have children, you are required by law to pay for their college education if they go to college, up until age 24. And I was forced to lie. My stepmother, Inez Elliott, made me lie to the federal financial aid people, and say that my father I had no contact with my father, so that I would get full financial aid. And then my father was going to pay 50% of my rent. He did, because I was married. See, this was the thing. I got married when I was 19 years old. So she thought, oh, my father shouldn't have to pay for anything once she gets married. That's the husband's responsibility. But my husband, my ex-husband, had no money, or at least he pretended he had no money. And, we were roughing it out. And so my father didn't want to pay for his 50% of the rent. So he paid 50% of my rent, and he paid for my books. And that helped a lot, sure. But I still had to do work. I had a work study job, and it was just too hard. And I finally had to drop my classes. And then I started, you get 2 free classes, at least in those days. I don't know about now. You used to get 2 free classes if you worked full time on campus. And I started doing that. And it was just, I don't know. I couldn't work full time and get the straight A's I wanted to get in my classes. So, I left Columbia to go to California because California had tuition exemption. And I know I'm talking about this instead of the election, but I guess, I'm just explaining my life and, how I've been kept down. I was born queen, and everybody keeps me down. Everybody keeps me, I guess I'm the sacrificial lamb that everybody looks for. Claire,
Except one person.
my father's firstborn child, is me.
No.
What? What?
Except me.
You haven't sacrificed me. You've embraced me and put me on a pedestal. I mean, at least somebody has, and that's why I have thrived. Thank you, Dean. With a little support. And I know you're limited. You've been limited in the amount of support you can give me because of finances, etc. But what little you've been able to do for me, and it's been a lot. I mean, I'm not saying it's been a little. It's just, I know you've been limited financially because of your mother and your family. But having a place, I've never lived longer in any house or any apartment or anywhere than I have here in this house. This is the place I've lived the longest.
Okay.
And that has an effect on a person. That kind of stability has an effect on a person.
Our neighbors were. We're irked our neighbors were. In 1983, I wanted to see this house for sale. Then I did the enterprise, and then I paid him. I got $20,000 out of money, or $20,000. I paid him off, boom, and the day I paid it off, then this guy on the phone, would you like a second mortgage? I said, look, buddy, I just paid the mortgage off today. No.
I know, Dean, you paid off your mortgage in less than 2 years. I mean, nobody does that. It's amazing. And your mother never gave you credit for that. That's a rare achievement in this world. But anyway, so I guess I'm just talking about my life during this election, I guess, because this is my introduction to the world. I guess, I don't know. I mean, I always get really discouraged. And I forgot how discouraged I get. I don't even watch it. I turn it off after a while, and that's what we're going to do in a moment. But yeah, all of my siblings so-called half siblings, genetically, I don't know. It's kind of complicated in my family, but yeah, the children, they got married in 89 and they started having children in 95. Yeah, I guess they took a while. Yeah, I mean, I guess, Inez has always had a career. I've always admired that she's always had a career. She got her degree on time. And she's always been in the same field, and I've always admired her that way. I never had that luxury. I never had that privilege to finish my education, thanks to Inez. I blame her and my father. Yes, I hold him responsible first and foremost, actually. But he's dead now, so it's only Inez who's left, and I want the whole world to know how her effect on my life. That's all.
Do you know how Lane works out to be? You know how blame works out. Finds all falls.
Mm.
When the rest of your family is dead,
Mm.
then it's your fucking fault.
Yeah.
You didn't stop this. Oh, you didn't protect this. Oh, you didn't do this. You didn't do nothing. Until you still have your hands for your ass. You didn't do shit.
All right. Well, yeah, I didn't think I was going to be talking about this, but that's what happened. And when after I achieved, after I made the dean's list 2 semesters in a row, and they weren't expecting me to make the dean's list. They were just like, fine if I made, I'm talking about Columbia University. Right. They were okay if I just made C's. I was going to be fine. They just wanted C's, because they wanted to have somebody with such a high IQ going to their university. It was like, this is an Ivy League university. They get the finest, the highest IQ people. But I like stood out as like they had never had. I was worth, they deliberated forever. It was an intense decision for them to allow me to accept me into Columbia University without SAT scores and a straight D average in high school. It was a big deal for them to accept me, because it was only because my IQ was really incredible. And I'm very proud of that, but I didn't know at the time. They slipped me an IQ test. I didn't know it was an IQ test. And they said, you did really well. And I'm like, really? Oh, see, I told you I was well educated. Yeah, right. Anyway. Yeah, and I know after I got into Columbia, I inspired Inez to apply to Harvard, because, if Claire could get into Columbia, Inez should be able to get into Harvard, especially with her husband. He got his MBA there, and he's going to write a really great recommendation, right? No, Harvard denied her because, they want some leaders, they don't want. I think she's a great manager. My husband. Oh my God. Yes, they married me to her husband, which is my father. It's so disgusting. That's so weird that slipped out of my mouth. I know she probably knows, and that's probably why she hates me so much. She hates me because I speak the truth. And she hates the truth. And, I'm sorry, Inez, maybe you should have picked another guy to marry. Okay. I assume she didn't have very many options as a woman. She was I don't know. She was attractive. She was very careful in how she spoke, and, she's a team player. I don't know, but she wasn't a leader, I don't know. That's why she didn't get into Harvard. They want leaders. Okay. Not that my father was much of a leader. He was just, well,
he probably a follower.
I don't know. I don't know why he got in. He had really good grades, I guess. I don't know. I never saw his grades. I don't even know what kind of grades he made it. He was at Stanford. He got his master's in electrical engineering at Stanford. And I guess he had really good grades, or he wouldn't have gotten into Harvard. I don't know. I don't consider my father to be much of a leader. I don't know. I'm just talking on and on, just like Donald Trump. I'm doing the same thing. See, it's the genetics. I know it is, but at least I'm interesting. Don't you think? I don't trash. I am. Oh, I guess my stepmother would say I am. I don't know. But I'm not calling her names. I'm not complaining because I'm jealous. It's like Trump does. I've been down and out and nobody cares. And I'm just speaking my life story, and because nobody cares and I care. And what am I supposed to do? All right. I know I'm doing the same thing as Trump, and I love you too. Yeah. This is our little thing. That's my part of it. And yours is what? Yeah, that's what he does. And then I do this. I love you too. You can tell I'm related to him. Oh, I hate that I'm related to him, but yeah, his free association, and people say that's a sign of his dementia and all this stuff. I don't know. I mean, I hope it's not. No, I don't. I know it's not. Even though I think he's retarded, that free association shows an advancement, and there's like that's an advanced way of communicating. But yeah, he's not able to follow through and pronounce his words properly and finish his thoughts. I mean, I know I cover a lot of different topics, and I hope sometimes I get distracted and I forget what I was talking about, and then I return back to the subject when I do remember what I was talking about, and I hope I follow through and complete the thoughts for everybody. I think I do within reason. I mean, there's always maybe something that I forgot to follow up with, and then I can talk about it another time, but I don't know. I'm just frustrated and I'm venting, I guess, like he does. I'm horrified. I don't want anybody to think I'm like Trump, it's like the last person in the universe I would ever want to be like. Well, anyway. All right, what's going on? I know we're going to go in a minute, but what time is it? It's yeah, it's almost 9. Okay, let's see what's going on. Let me turn it up.
He's not going to win it with more than 60% of the vote. That's crazy. Like it is anticipated to be razor thin. We're still waiting for all the votes to come in. So brew a pot of coffee, sit back. We got a lot of votes to look at. Let's go back to Erin Burnett. And Erin, voting's about to end in 3 of the crucial battleground states that we are watching and that you are in charge of at your Battleground Command Center.
The command center, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. Now, when you're talking about 60%, obviously it's not going to end up that way in Pennsylvania. You look at that blue wall, you look at Michigan. Jim Sciutto is in Detroit. And Jim, where you are now, this is the nuts and bolts that I think everybody wants to hear about, which is how the counting is actually happening. So tell us about where you are. This is an absentee ballot counting center?
New Jersey. Well, good.
That's right, in Detroit.
That's where my brother
is.
And
they were expecting about 100,000 absentee ballots in Detroit. But this is key. Because of changes in Michigan state election laws in 2022, they were able to begin counting those absentee ballots received before Election Day, prior to Election Day. So at this point, they've already counted 92,000 of about 100,000 expected absentee ballots, and they expect when those 8,000 come in over the next couple hours, it's not going to take them long to finish up that count. In fact, we heard a short time ago that here in Detroit, they expect that by midnight tonight, or perhaps a bit after, they will have counted not just the absentee ballots in Detroit, but early voting ballots, and voting that took place today as well. So you're seeing the effects of that law, which allows for counting to begin as early as last Monday. One more note, and this is important, Erin, because in 2020, this site in downtown Detroit became the scene of protests and unfounded claims of fraud in the midst of that frantic absentee ballot counting, in part because of you have that law, you were able to start early. We're not seeing any of those protests here now, and there's going to be a truck arriving in the next couple of hours, going to pull up at that door there with absentee ballots collected from drop boxes around the city as well. Again, that's not fraud, that's not vote dumping. That's part of the process of counting these votes here, and they expect it to move very quickly tonight.
Make it look that way.
We'll see, and they have said they expect to be overall for the state of Michigan faster than last year, which of course was the day after midday. Secretary of State said she hoped it would be a little bit earlier than that. Well, we'll see as the count comes in. Kyung Law is at a Maricopa County counting facility. Maricopa County, biggest in Phoenix, fastest growing in the country, as they say. Kyung, one of the most important counties for the entire election.
For the entire election. That's why you have so many reporters here. That's why we're watching Maricopa County so closely. And let's take a look at the clock. We only have a few more minutes, about 7 more minutes before polls close here in Arizona. I want you to take a look at what we are watching though here at the county. What's happening here on that split screen, that other video that you're looking at, that's the inside of the vote count, the tabulation center. They are looking at the ballots. They are processing ballots. All of this is with the early vote. After the polls close, about an hour after polls close here in Arizona, we are anticipating to get the first results out of Arizona. That will be only the early vote, the ballots that have been processed up until Election Day. And then as the night moves on, Aaron, those ballots that are out at the vote centers will be processed. They're counted, separated in there, and then brought over here to the tabulation center to be processed. And that information is going to start to come out as well. So it is a multi-step process. It takes time. There has to be signature verification. The ballots have to be cured here in Maricopa County. But something I want to address very quickly, because this is something that's happening right here in Arizona as we watch this clock wind down before polls close, is that there's still long lines at some of the spots that we are watching at some of these vote centers. At Mesa Community College, where we were at, and I'm going to check real quick, it's still an hour long line. If you are in line when polls close at 7 o'clock local time, Aaron, you will still be allowed to vote.
All right, which is amazing, and it is amazing that people are doing that and waiting. That is something, as you said, that everyone should be happy about, but amazing to sit there late at night, say, I'm going to sit and wait another hour or two to vote, as both campaigns hope they will. All right, Kyung, thank you very much. And let's go back to the voting desk. As these counts are coming in and people have questions about how it's happening, what's happening where, Pam, Macomb County in Michigan, what are you seeing there?
Well, Aaron, I just got off the phone with this key swing county in Michigan from the county clerk, Anthony Forlini, and he tells me he's actually hopping in his car now with a police escort to get tabulator memory sticks because they're delayed with the results coming in. Why? Well, he says it's because there were very long lines when the polls were supposed to close at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so they had to delay closing and stay open until everyone had the opportunity to cast their votes. Officials are tabulating the results right now, but those first results from Macomb were supposed to be reported around 9 p.m., just 5 minutes from now. I'm told by the clerk it's going to be later than that due to the long lines. According to the clerk, there were over 122,000 early votes cast in person there and 182,000 mail-in ballots as of yesterday. They're on track to have more than 200,000 mail-in ballots, he says. But given the high early voting turnout, he told me that the expectation there was that there would be lackluster turnout today. That is not the case in that key county. Overall in Michigan, let's look at the numbers here. The Michigan Secretary of State says more than 3.4 million voters cast their ballots early or by mail. That's nearly 47% of registered voters. And listen to this. Another 85,000 absentee ballots were returned to polling centers today. Let's go over to Milwaukee. They've had some issues over there in Milwaukee today. They're going to have to retabulate about 30,000 ballots after problems with the counting machines were discovered. All 13 tabulating machines are being set to zero. The ballots will be put through again. It's going to take time. They had initially estimated there the ballot count from the absentees would be done around midnight. Now it's more likely around 2 or 3 a.m. And then in Arizona, I spoke to a source there in Maricopa County, the largest county, that it's taking longer than expected to process early ballots. The first release of 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots of those early ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight will only account for early votes through last Tuesday, October 29th. That is less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be comprised of ballots through at least Friday, they thought. So it's going more slowly there. One more thing I want to note, I'm told they're going to keep up 24-hour shifts in Maricopa to keep things moving. They understand how important it is to get those results out, those accurate results out as quickly as possible.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. You take all of that together, look at where we are. What do you see, John King?
That tells me to tell the people at home either slow down on the popcorn or make some more because we're going to be at this a while and maybe brew an extra pot. I just want to start in Michigan because Pam was just talking about Macomb County, Michigan. You see Detroit right here. This is Wayne County. We have no votes. The reason we can't say much about Michigan right now is we have 0 votes from the largest population center. And then she mentioned Macomb County, which is right here. Blue collar. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, this is where they were studying Reagan Democrats, right? Why were union auto workers voting for Ronald Reagan for president? That debate continues out there right now. It was out there just about a month ago. It's a huge test out there, but it's very early in Michigan, only 8%. So let's come back out to the battlegrounds where we have more votes. Let's check here. We're only up to 15% in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The vice president with a big lead. Pennsylvania's not going to end. No matter who wins Pennsylvania, it's not going to end a 30-point race. We just know that as we count more votes. So we'll wait and try to get more in Pennsylvania. This is one of the surprises. A lot of surprises on the map right now. Unlikely to end this way. But you see the vice president leading in Kansas, the vice president leading in Missouri, the vice president, even though we've already projected Arkansas, but that's just early votes. The votes will come in. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We're open to surprises here, but we'll keep a look at it. A surprise that has a lot of votes counted so far is Virginia. They're almost up to the halfway mark here, and Donald Trump is ahead in the state Joe Biden carried 4 years ago by 10 points. By 10 points. So let's see, one of the things we do at this point when you get up to almost half of the vote is what's missing. Right? This is live outstanding votes. The larger the circle, the more votes are out in an area. The color of that circle tells you how the voting is going so far. So you see these big circles in Richmond and the suburbs, huge circles, and then smaller circles within them in the Washington, D.C. suburbs. So there are a lot of Democratic votes still to be counted.
Right.
Vice President can't like that right now. You do not like being tied in battleground Virginia right now, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted, and you can tell from that a lot of them are Democratic, so we'll see. Same test in North Carolina, up to 38% of the vote. Trump with a narrow lead there.
8%.
Let's just bring it up and look. Live outstanding votes. Again, your biggest outstanding votes are in the Democratic areas, Charlotte, Raleigh-Durham, Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Wilmington down there. So you have a very competitive race right there right now. You'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd rather be ahead, but there's a lot of vote counting to do. And again, this is one of the tightest of the battlegrounds. Virginia, a bit of a surprise, Jake, more counting elsewhere.
All right, John King, voting is about to end in 15 states, the second biggest wave of results this evening. 163 electoral votes will be up for grabs, and we're watching several crucial battlegrounds. CNN's going to bring you this projection right now. CNN projects that Texas will go to Donald Trump. The state of Texas, as expected, to Donald Trump with its big bucket of 40 electoral votes. CNN also projects that North Dakota will go to Donald Trump. As expected, North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes. 2 more for Trump now. CNN projects that South Dakota will go to Donald Trump. South Dakota, as expected, with its 3 electoral votes to Donald Trump. And CNN projects that Wyoming will go to Donald Trump. Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. CNN is not making any projections in the following states that just closed their polls. Arizona, that's a big battleground. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, battleground Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and battleground Wisconsin. Let's look at the electoral map now. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 64.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 34.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there with 326,000 plus votes. Only an estimated 16% of the vote has been counted in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with 43.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 55,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 51.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 106,000 vote lead. That's with 39% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 52.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a healthy 221,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 66% of the vote counted in Georgia. About 2/3 of the vote in Georgia has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there now with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 13,334 vote lead. That's with half the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 50% counted there in Virginia. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 53.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there by roughly 16,000 votes. That's with about a quarter, 25% of the estimated vote counted in the Granite State of New Hampshire. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.3% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 197,000 plus vote. That's with half the vote counted in Ohio. 50% of the vote counted in Ohio. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
Jake, let's start with the context what you just went through. I'm going to wander over to this wall here just to show the race to 270 at the moment. If you're a Republican, you might be saying, wow, this is a rout. If you're a Democrat, you might be saying, oh, my goodness, we should be worried. No, we're early in the night. As Chris Wallace said, I love the analogy, nobody has broken serve yet. As in, every red state here, Donald Trump won in 2020 when he lost the White House. Every blue state on the map so far, Joe Biden carried when he won the White House. What don't we have? We don't have Rhode Island, we don't have Connecticut, we don't have New Jersey, we don't have Illinois just yet, long-time blue states. So as we move west and as the count advances in some of the New York as well, some of the most reliably blue states, this map will change in the near future. At least that is our expectation. We'll keep an eye on it. That's the path to 270. You get there by filling these states in red and blue. So let's see, again, an unusual map at the moment just because the vote count is early or because we're going to have the most surprising election of my lifetime. But in Nebraska right now, statewide, you have the vice president winning, but you see most of the votes are out here. She's not so much worried about the statewide vote. She'd love to win Nebraska, don't get me wrong. Nebraska's second congressional district is right here in the Omaha area. Nebraska and Maine award electoral votes based on congressional districts, the two states that do that. So eastern Nebraska is what matters most to the vice president. We'll see if Nebraska stays blue. Again, to its south, the state of Kansas, 29% of the vote in.
Okay. Well, here, let's just do this. All right, so we're gonna take a break, and I'm gonna pick up later in the evening when more of the vote is in because this is painful. It always is, and I always forget every election. I forget how frustrating it is to watch the beginning. And I always take a break, and then when more of the vote is in, it gets to be a little clearer what's going on. And so, yeah, I do need to take a break, and my husband wants to get out of here. So I will be resuming this in part 2. And actually, it looks like this is over 4 hours now. So I think this is a good time to stop. I do. And let's see. I'm just trying to see if you want to look me up. These are all of my profiles, usernames everywhere on social media. Just trying to see if there's anything else that I need to leave you with. What is this? Okay. Yeah, and this is a way that you can support the channel and this has all my contact information too, what I have below. And yeah, you become a member and you get my merch. I'm going to be creating more merch in the near future, but we have some kind of cool items right now. And my link tree is how you can get all my information. All right, well, I'll be seeing you a little later tonight when more of the vote is in. It's painful. It's always painful for me early in the evening to watch this, and it's 4 hours. That's a good amount of time to take a break. So we'll see you in part 2 later this evening. I don't know when that's going to be, in a couple of hours at least. Maybe let's say, okay, what time is it now? It's a little after 9. So why don't we say we pick this up at 11 o'clock? I'm going to say 11 o'clock. 1-1. Okay. I'll see you at 11 o'clock Eastern. Okay. Hopefully things will be a little clearer by then, and I won't be struggling to watch this. I'm really hoping it. I'm really hoping it gets better. It always does. I just hope it gets a lot better, and Kamala wins this thing. My vote is supposed to make that possible. All right. Good night, and see you a little later. Have a good one. And here's my outro.